Good evening. Welcome to the September 29th, 2025 meeting of the Board of Selectmen for Auburn. This open meeting of the Town of Auburn Select Board is being conducted both in person and remotely, consistent with Chapters 107 of the Acts of 2022, which suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed to participate remotely as long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. For the public to join the meeting remotely by telephone, 1-408-650-3123 and access code 235-235-861. Or the public can join via computer at global.gotomeeting.com, join 235-235-861. All supporting materials that have been provided to members of this body are available on the town's website. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by Auburn Cable Television. Is there anyone else recording the meeting? Okay. Now, please stand if you're able for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now I ask that we have a moment of silence, please, for Carl Westerman, who recently passed away. He was a town meeting member, constable, Veterans Advisory Committee member. He was on the Board of Selectmen School Building Committee. He was a patrolman with the police department. He was on the Facilities Reuse Committee, the Charter Review Committee, and the Youth Commission. So let's have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. First item on our agenda tonight, public comments. No one signed up. So now we're going to look at presentations and public hearings. We have a presentation about the Pappas Park Volleyball Court, the Eagle Scout project from Brandon Terrian with potential vote. So why don't you come on up? You can go to the podium if you'd like, or you can come sit in one of the chairs. Just identify yourself, please.
Set up for you, buddy.
Hi.
Hello, my name is Brandon Terrian. I'm currently a Life Scout for Troop 53 of Auburn, and for my Eagle Scout project, I would like to build a volleyball court at Pappas Park Recreational Center.
Okay.
At Pappas Park Recreational Center, I would like to build a volleyball court for the town. A couple reasons why I would like to build this court is because this will not only help me, but it will also benefit the town people in another fun sport to play. The 4 steps. In step 1, I'll be painting measurements on the ground, which is a 30 by 60 foot court. In step 2, little diggers will help me remove 6 inches of topsoil, and they will also be taking the topsoil away. In step 3, I will lay down the weed block and put sand over the weed block to make sure that weeds will not grow through the sand. In step 4, I will put in the poles as well as cementing them in and putting the net and pads up. Estimated time of work. Step 1 will take 1 day, about 4 hours. Step 2 will take 2 days, 4 hours each day. Step 3 will also take 2 days, 4 hours each day. And step 4 will take 1 day, 2 hours. Total estimated hours is 22 hours and 5 to 10 volunteers each day. Some concerns you might have. Insurance. The Boy Scout troop does have insurance for all scouts in the troop. Sand spreading onto the grass. I will make sure the sand does not spread onto the grass by having a stable foundation and also good edging. Will the cement harm the grass and surrounding soil? No, the cement will not harm the grass or surrounding soil. It will just hold the poles in place. Injuries. It is my intention to put pads around the wooden poles to prevent as much injuries as I can. Adjustment to the nets. The nets will not have a mechanism to adjust, but will be attached to eye hooks that you can untie and readjust. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Is there any questions you have?
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
Madam Chair, yeah, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for taking on this project. I just have actually a couple questions probably for our staff with respect to, I know Ms. Pappas isn't here, but if Superintendent Fairbanks, if I can ask you, have you worked with the Boy Scouts on this plan? And is this something that we have the capability to maintain over time?
Yeah, I've worked with, me and Brandon met up there, and it's a perfect area for it. It's got plenty of space, and we don't have volleyball courts in town, and we talked to Kristen Pappas about having, a recreation volleyball league, and I don't think there's gonna be a problem with the sand getting on the grass. If you look at any softball field, baseball field, there's stone dust on the infield. We do have a machine that can brush the grass and put the sand back in the spot that it needs to be. I don't see that being a problem unless, kids are up there just kicking the sand onto the grass, but I think it's going to be okay. I think it's a good project for the community.
Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, my only question would be, does the net get brought in the wintertime?
It can be, but it is used as a sports net, so you don't have to take it down, but I would advise to take it down to make sure it can last as long as possible.
And when is the project, when are you planning to start the project?
Next spring. Spring.
In the spring? Okay, great, thank you. Any other questions? No?
So, Madam Chair, if no one has any more questions, I'll make a motion to support the Pappas Park Volleyball Court Eagle Scout project as presented by Brandon Terrian, perfect, thank you, of Scouting American Troop 53.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. You're all set. Thank you very much.
I need someone to sign my papers for the scouting board so I can send them in.
Okay.
The town manager will do
Yeah,
that.
she'll sign those. All right, next we'll hear from Adam Menard, if you want to come on up, Adam.
Congratulations.
So we have, there's some articles on the warrant articles that are coming up on the special town meeting, and do you want to tell us about them?
Sure. There's 3 zoning articles proposed for a town meeting. The first one has to do with the MBTA community bylaw. Met with the state over the summer. There are still a few items that they would like to see the town change. We want to it was Article 8 is the Article 8. Basically, they don't want any special permits surrounding apartments because they are discretionary and could theoretically kill an apartment building being constructed in the RA district. So if an apartment building were to be proposed, it wouldn't need to get a special permit if this passes for a floodplain district or an aquifer district and a couple other areas, but they still need to comply with the bylaw. So that's the difference, is removing that permitting.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions?
Is that just about Article 8?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have
No questions? Okay. Please continue.
Article 9, the idea of some of these changes was to reduce some of the regulatory burden on certain items called out in the zoning bylaw for varied accessory uses. The first one, earth removal, that was actually removed from the zoning bylaw a few years ago. It resides in the general bylaw, so that's more language cleanup. The other items The idea was to, like, to reduce some of the regulatory burden. For example, if you want to have an electric vehicle charger as an accessory use, you need to get a special permit. That seems a little burdensome with the shift to electric vehicles. Same with the farmer's market, requiring a special permit to open a farmer's market. In my opinion, that's something that we want to see encouraged, and
Yep.
removing that expense. That it does take some time to go through the special permit process. It's just try to reduce some of the burden to try to help attract some of these uses we want to see in town.
Okay. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions about these articles? No. All right, and that was Article 9, right?
Correct.
Okay. I think that's it. And you'll be at the special town meeting, so if the public has any questions.
Madam Chair, it's Article 16 as well.
Oh, 16 too, okay.
16 is the proposed traffic study bylaw.
The traffic study bylaw. Well, do we want to wait till we get to that section?
What's included here on issue 7A, it's town planner letter dated September 23rd,
16.
2025.
All right,
So
Regarding zoning bylaw.
all right.
under the departmental items, it says zoning bylaw review committee. They looked at Articles 8, 9, and 16, it was either last week or the week before, and I gave you their recommendations for those zoning articles. They recommended approval for 8 and 9, and they wanted to delay Article 16, take some more time to study that. They wanted feedback from DPW and the police chief. For the planning board, they made recommendations last week on Article 8 and 9. They recommended approval of both of those. The traffic study bylaw will be at the October 14th meeting, the public hearing for that. They will have yet to take a stance, but I'll send you a memo once they do.
Madam Chair, if I may ask a question about the Article 16. So this is about the traffic study bylaw. It was brought forth for the May town meeting by Zoning Board of Appeals Chair Bob Tatro. At that time, myself, Mr. Carpenter, and others identified what I would call fatal flaws. Basically, the proposed warrant article that he put forward was a copy paste of what I believe it was the city of Waltham had for their traffic study, and there were certain references in there to city instead of town that weren't changed. There was some wording in there regarding geographic area relating to the Metro Boston area instead of our area. And for that reason, town meeting, upon our recommendation and others' recommendation, didn't put it forward. And I think at that time, we brought it, Ms. Carpenter brought it back to this board in June because our intent was to support something like that. And we wanted to see that move forward. And we took a vote in June to send it to the zoning bylaw review committee at that point, with the hopes that they were going to do their work over the summer. They were going to meet, deliberate, discuss it with staff, and it would be ready to come back for fall town meeting. That way there was not a large delay in that process. For whatever reason, that was never done. It came back to us in the beginning of September, asking us for a second vote to send it to the zoning bylaw review committee with the exact same issues, not changed, not identified. We voted at that time a second time to send it to the zoning bylaw review committee. And then it finally made its way there with the changes that we provided. At this point, I have a deep respect for the zoning bylaw review committee. I think just like my fellow members do, and that's why we wanted them to get this in advance so that they could meet and review this in time for the fall town meeting. I'd like to know where the disconnect was, because now, as it is, since they have not been able to do their due diligence, and I respect their opinion, I'm not going to support it at town meeting, even though I think we need to put this forward. So this is now going to carry on to May. So that's going to be 1 year when we know we have large projects coming up. It was identified as a issue with our zoning bylaws through the last Perry Place review, where the engineer came in and told the ZBA, well, you don't have a traffic study bylaw, so we can give you whatever we want. And there's no recourse for you, essentially. And that's why Mr. Tatro brought it forward at that time. So I'd like to know why or where the disconnect was where we asked specifically for it to go to the zoning bylaw review committee so that that work can be done. And now we're getting delays, and if another project comes in, we still have the issue with our zoning bylaws that we had that triggered this in the beginning.
Yeah, sure, thank you.
Through the chair, you're absolutely right. We dropped the ball on this one. It was voted in June to go to the zoning bylaw review committee, and for some reason, it wasn't communicated to the appropriate people. Systems have been put in place to ensure that whatever happens at these meetings are conveyed to all employees, and also what's happening at some of the other pertinent meetings that encompass development, like planning and the zoning bylaw review committee, and also the ZBA, because there is a clear disconnect, and I'm going to take responsibility for this. I'm the town manager, but I see it across multiple areas in town, so I can tell you I am addressing it, and we hope to not have that happen again.
Through the chair.
Yep.
So if we recommended this and it got approved, we could always go back and edit like we do all the other bylaws, correct? What is the consequence of not letting this go through and supporting it at this point? Like, is there a fatal flaw in this, or are we talking minor edits and corrections?
I'll defer to Dr. Menard, but I believe what's before us is the corrected version. It's just that the zoning bylaw review committee has not been able to do their work that they're tasked with.
So to me, it sounds like if there's issues with it, it could be corrected at a later date, but to delay this further would be foolish because we also have to wait. It has to go to the Attorney General. We have a lot of bylaws that have needed correction over the years. So again, if there's no fatal flaw that has been shown, why wouldn't we support at this time? If I may, through the chair, Dr. Menard, are there any fatal flaws in here?
I don't believe there are. There were a couple typos that were edited. The bylaw review committee did spent about half their meeting a couple weeks ago looking through this. They just weren't comfortable giving it a full, okay until they had some more input. They did add a couple bullet points under required data. One of them had to do with noise. So they want just the noise that might be increasing. And one of them had to do with like the wear of the roads. So they wanted to see if they could call that out. They did make a couple of edits to the proposed bylaw, but nothing, I think that will hurt the bylaw. It'll probably help with those additions.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So is there a potential for, again, because I want to respect their process and I want to respect the involvement of our staff, is there a potential for them to meet with, DPW, police, fire, review this, clean it up, and have them voted out before town meeting?
We can probably try to schedule a meeting. The trouble is it will be going to the printers before that would happen. Like I said, I don't think it would hurt to consider advancing this, even though the bylaw review committee does want to get it deeper. Something on the books doesn't hurt. It's been done in the past, in the recent past, where a bylaw has been put forward and approved, but we found out a month later that, well, we need to tweak something because it doesn't quite meet the standard, or the AG wants something, edited. So, and not to disrespect the advisory committee, I'm not going to, but it is an advisory committee. The boards that you are required to take a position are this board and planning board on these zoning articles, or the AG's guidance on adopting bylaws.
And to address, this warrant is going to get printed, I think, next week. So we're not going to be able to, and that can't get delayed because it has to get printed, assembled, and mailed out. All right.
Through the chair, can I ask
Yes,
a question? Has
sure.
the planning board looked at this bylaw? So if the select board and the planning board have the final say on it, have they reviewed it?
Planning board public hearing will be on the 14th, so in a couple of weeks. So you'll
Would it be possible to convene the zoning bylaw review committee before the planning board?
Yes, I can see if they can meet.
Thank you.
And we can amend articles, and Mr. Chambers mentioned that. So while, and I guess I've been doing this so long, we've had warrants with missing dollar amounts, which to me is very serious because they only get 7 or 14 days in which to actually review these. For this, does the zoning bylaw committee have serious reservations, or was it just a timing situation, I guess?
I think they just want more input from various staff, including the DPW director and the police chief, just how they feel, see if there's something that they want to include or have any concerns with.
We can obviously recommend at town meeting to ask town meeting to pass it by if it's not ready. So that would be great. Thank you.
Any other questions? I think we're all set. Thank you, Dr. Monroe. Okay, continuing on our agenda, solid waste and recycling. We have a yard waste collection flyer. And Darlene Coyle will come up and tell us about it. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So thank you so much. We have solid waste collection. So as you may know, as part of the municipal solid waste and recycling pickup, we offer 2 times a year, spring and fall, for yard waste collection right at curbside. This year, we have the 4 weeks. We're trying something a little bit different this year based on input from the residents in past years. So normally, we start the end of October for 4 weeks. So we go the end of October, and we finish it right before Thanksgiving. We never do pick up the week of Thanksgiving just because people are going to spend time with families. So this year, we're starting it a week later. And so we're going the 3 weeks before Thanksgiving. And then we skip Thanksgiving week. And then that week after, the first week in December, we'll have the 4th pickup. So obviously, you never know when the leaves are going to fall. So this is always kind of something where people do want it earlier, but we're trying to balance out really kind of catching that and before the snow flies. So hopefully this works out. If we get a snowstorm in between there, we never know. We're in New England. But we'd like to try it this way, and that way it gives people that one last chance before the holiday in December to kind of clean up their yard and get rid of the final brush and leaves. So we're excited to try something different based on the feedback from the residents, and we just wanted to highlight it here. It is on the website, and it will be in the newsletter. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Yep.
Not a question, just a comment. Thank you for taking that resident feedback. I know that I was one of the ones that always looked at the date, and it always made sense. Wish you had one more week.
Sure.
As the leaves started coming down in late November, because as we all know, the seasons have shifted. And thank you for putting out this in advance and with a lot of time. I know it's already been pushed around social media. My wife was very happy to see it, and she added my honey to-do list for the month of November. So just thank you for putting it out, and I would just ask that you continue circulating it. Similar to Halloween hours, this is, a 1,000,001 questions come on social media, like, when's the fall yard waste collection? And, the more the town pushes it out, the better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we do have, like when you leave tonight, we do have them near the doors, the sandwich board signs. We make this in a poster size.
Oh, good.
So, yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, continuing, we will hear from our police chief, Scott Mills. Thank you.
said I was going to make it up here in 2 strides, but I think. All right. Evening.
Good evening.
So I am here to speak about Halloween, one of everyone's favorites. Also based on some resident feedback, we decided to go with 5:30 to 8 on Halloween. It's a Friday night. We've had good results in the years past. We always put on a few extra bodies and make sure that there's, extra coverage. The motor unit gets out and drives around. That's always extremely popular with the residents and the kids and all. And we provide them with enough candy to do what they have to do. So I'm proposing 5:30 to 8, which is it's a half hour longer than it was last year. So.
Okay, great. Any questions?
Thank you, Chief, for the extended hours. Do we have to vote on this? I know it's his recommendation. I believe we have to vote. I just
No.
want to, it's not a motion here, but I thought we did have to vote.
I make the recommendation, you actually vote to decide that's the hours.
So I'll
My
make a
understanding is.
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation for Halloween hours, October 31st, 2025, beginning at 5:30 PM and ending at 8 PM.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Oh, sir, question?
So it's not on the agenda, is that?
Right.
So I feel like that,
Oh, no, it is. So
Doesn't say a vote, does it?
it says letter dated with recommended trick-or-treating hours. So I'm not sure whether it's
Doesn't say.
all on a vote or not.
Yep.
Through the chair, this was a question in the office as well, so we went back the last couple years, and it was not an actual vote. It was just an informational communication so that the board knew, and I remember the discussion in the past, so I think it's okay if we don't vote, but I agree, it's not on the agenda to vote.
well, I would say I fully support it. I just want to make sure we're doing it right if they went back and checked.
So my recollection is that it was a vote, because I know last year, the chief came in and recommended, I think, a 7, and we pushed it to 8 o'clock on him, and we voted.
7:30, yeah.
Yeah, 7:30.
You did change
voted
it,
to
yeah.
8. So we might just want to cover ourselves with a vote at some point at a future meeting.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Okay. Now we're into Select Board General Items. We're going to proclamations and recognitions. We're going to vote on a request for a proclamation to recognize J. Lawrence Sicolo for 12 years of service on the Zoning Board of Appeals. So J. Lawrence Larry Chicolo recently resigned from the ZBA, and this request is for a proclamation for him to be drafted and signed and presented to him at the October 14th Select Board meeting. Do we have any questions?
I would just say that I know that the Zoning Board of Appeals, their chair and their vice chair, were asked by their entire board to put this forward to honor Mr. Chicolo and his 12 years of service on the ZBA. I don't believe he resigned. I believe he just did not accept reappointment. So he did finish his term. So I will make a motion to issue a proclamation to recognize J. Lawrence Chicolo for 12 years of service on the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Second.
Oh, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Great. And now we have a second possible vote on the request for a proclamation to recognize Virginia Lehner for her 100th birthday. Virginia Lehner, who lives at Brookdale Eddy Pond, is turning 100 years old on October 22nd. This request is for a proclamation recognizing her in her 100th birthday. If she is able to attend the meeting on October 14th, the events coordinator would like the proclamation presented to her with her family in attendance, but if she's unable to travel, they would greatly appreciate one of the select board members delivering it to her in person. That would be, I can certainly deliver that to her. Any questions? Okay.
I will, yep, I'll make a motion to issue a proclamation to recognize Virginia Lerner on her 100th birthday, October 22nd.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. Now we have No gift acceptances today, and now we're going to look at the special town meeting warrant. We're going to review, discuss, and vote recommendations on October 28th, 2025, special town meeting warrant. And on the articles, we're either going to recommend approval, not recommend approval, defer to the petitioner, or take no position. Okay? So, let me just take a look. We don't usually make recommendations on Article 1. That's to hear the reports. Is that correct, Madam? Is that correct?
I believe you don't. That's
Yeah,
correct.
okay. So now we're looking at Article 2. See if town meeting will vote to amend Article 3 of the May 6, 2025 annual town meeting as follows. And further to approve an amended fiscal 2026 budget for the town of Auburn at $82,875,031, or act on anything relative thereto. How about, Ms. Noyce, will you come up? And just remind everyone of your title. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. Article 2 has some supplemental appropriations, and I will just go through the items on here so you have an idea of why the changes are being recommended. First is for the insurance and bonds from 990 to $1,095,000. That's a change of $105,000, and that's for the additional increase in rates and some values of the properties. Next item is Norfolk Agricultural Assessment from 96.5 to 157,838. That's an increase of 61,338. There are 2 additional students that are going to be attending the school for this school year. The treasurer collector salary, an increase of $15,000 from 95,450 to 110,450. The former treasurer collector retired in the month of June, and we need her assistance in order to close fiscal year 25 and to bring it forward. So we are asking for some additional funds for that. The salary reserve from 480 to 530 is an addition of $50,000. The highway union has recently settled. GEU is still not settled. And we have been using the salary reserve for a couple of different things other than just the settling of the contracts. Like, for example, we had to hire we hired a new assistant accountant, and she needed some additional help with the payroll. So Jillian Taylor is helping her with that. So just to make sure that we have enough funds available for everything that we need, we're asking for an additional amount in there. The police chief salary line item and the police chief Quinn increases of $45,365 in the salary, from 147,622 to 192,987, and the Quinn, an additional 8,251, and those are from the retirement of the police chief. We had to pay out the amount of time that was owed on that to the retired police chief. The next line items, the fire professional development, the fire physical fitness, and the firefighter salary are increases from the settlement of the union contract. And if there's any questions on those, could I have Chief Coleman can address some of those? And if there's any questions, there was an increase in the professional development. The fire physical fitness is new in the fire contract, similar to what's in the police contract. And the increase in the firefighter contract firefighter salary, from 3.8 to 3.9. There's an additional amount going into there. And there were some different things that were settled in the contract, so I'd like to ask the chief if he could maybe give a little bit more detail on those lines, if you could.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Not sure if anybody had an opportunity to watch the Finance Committee meeting last Wednesday, but I gave them an update on this topic as well. I first want to start out by thanking the Firefighters Union for what we consider to be a very successful contract negotiation. As the board has been told in the past, as well as conversations with the Finance Committee, town administration's top priority coming into this contract season, as it was 3 years ago, so it's been many years since we've been trying to accomplish a reduction in the paid time off for the firefighters. I've talked about it publicly in the past. Decades ago, as far back as 25 years ago, there were periods of time where, in lieu of equitable compensation, firefighters were given paid time off in lieu of raises. And, at some point in time, that's going to catch up with you, and you're going to be put in a position where people have more paid time off than maybe even other employees because they took less raises over a period of time. And that was the case with the firefighters. In some cases, they had almost double, if not double, the amount of paid time off as other, not only Auburn town employees, but even their firefighter counterparts in other collective bargaining agreements. So the union knew that this was our top priority coming into negotiations. They listened, they worked with the town, and they gave back more in this contract negotiation than any other union. And now they have parity with paid time off with all other town of Auburn employees, as well as their firefighting counterparts in other collective bargaining agreements. We knew coming in, although their contract is the same on a percentage basis as every other contract across the board, we knew that we were going to have to buy that time back, and that time came at a cost that was higher than what was in the salary reserve. But we made a commitment in the beginning, or I should say I made a commitment to town administration, that we would take any offset above and beyond the salary reserve account from ambulance receipts in order to offset that. So that's why when you look, you'll see that addition, that $200,000, that's closing the gap between that and salary reserve. But like I said to the Finance Committee, you can't do your own math looking at what that total is and trying to back into a percentage to figure out what the firefighters got for a contract, because it will be wrong and it will be inflated. So the firefighters received the same, essentially 9.25% that every other bargaining unit did across, but in order to buy back that time back, it was going to cost more than what was in the salary reserve. So we went into this contract negotiation, both the manager and I. She knew that this was my top priority because this affects other things that we've talked about a lot over the years, and overtime being one of them. And so we knew that there was not going to be, again, sort of real money in order to pay that down. And so we looked at this contract as this is a long-term strategy in terms of reducing that overall time off that will have a cost savings in the future as employees get more paid time off as they get seniority. So again, I want to thank the Firefighters Union for listening and meeting with us and being able to get this resolved. This is something that I've been trying to get resolved for close to 8 years, and I'm glad we were able to do it.
Thank you, Chief. Anyone have questions?
I do have a question, not particular to that section of this, but as far as insurance and bonds go, like, is that on an annual basis we go out for that, or is that multi-year contracts? And how do we try to lock in cost certainty if they're just changing valuations every year?
Through the chair, it's an annual cost and renewal. I will be going out to get bids by using prior year's claims. We do have several claims. I did question the increase when it happened, and we had an increase last year as well. So I think it's very important for us to keep our eye on that And much like we would do in our own personal home, if we had car insurance or house insurance, sometimes you have to go to other insurance providers. So in this case, I'll be getting quotes for next year.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Dan?
I just have one on the Norfolk assessment. Does that include transportation or is that separate? Is this just tuition or is this tuition and transportation?
It's tuition and transportation.
You know, if I can piggyback on that, we used to work with another town, kind of, you know, both of us, I think it was Spencer. Do we do our own bus or do we work with another town?
I'm not really sure on that one, but the transportation didn't change by adding the two students. It was just the tuition piece of it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we recommend approval for warrant Article 2.
We have a motion and a second to recommend approval. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. All right, thank you. Article 3 is to see if the town meeting will vote to amend Article 4 for the school department capital improvement budget for fiscal year 2022, approved at the May 4th, 2021 annual town meeting, to repurpose the original appropriation of $150,000 from the Swiss building rehab for air quality improvements to be used towards Swiss parking lot repair and improvements, or act on anything relative thereto. Yep, okay. Do you want to tell us about it?
Sure. Unfortunately, Dr. Chamberlain was not able to make it tonight, but I did speak with her about this, and we've been actually working on it for several months. The Swanson Road Intermediate School has a drainage issue. If you go by in the parking lot, you'll see it's all cordoned off. It doesn't look as big as it is. It is unsteady, and there's some collapsing pipes and whatnot under the parking lot. I have submitted this to our insurance company to see if it's something that they will help us with, but because we cannot wait, and we need to get this repaired, Dr. Chamberlain had recommended repurposing the money that she had appropriated in her CIP that was earmarked for the HVAC work that is now being done by Joe Fahey through ARPA and other things to handle this project. In addition to, that's just this one.
So may I ask that, so this HVAC work will get done because we're using the ARPA funds to complete that, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, great. Questions?
I just have a question on timing. I know that this is a critical issue, and I know that, I believe from watching the last school committee meeting, they're moving forward with taking care of this critical issue now in advance of town meeting. What's the implications if town meeting does not vote favorable action on this?
I am not honestly sure. I didn't know they were moving. I thought they were just doing the preliminary stages, so once approved, at the end of the month, they can finish the project.
That might be what they're doing, but they have the money to do the preliminary stages?
Yes.
Okay.
That was it, yeah.
Great.
Just want to make sure that we fix the problem as fast as possible, but we also don't put ourselves in a bind financially.
Correct.
Through the chair, do we know, I know Mr. Fahey was in not that long ago and things were moving. Is that on track and are we on budget there? And I'm just hesitant for the use to switch the entire use on that if there was a shortfall in money on that project.
If I may, through the chair, I have spoken with Joe recently because there's been a lot of work in the front of Town Hall. So I wanted to see his timeline about the Town Hall HVAC system, which will be within the next month. And he's also finishing up at the school department. I don't believe there are any financial issues right now. He didn't bring anything to me, but I will schedule a meeting with him to see if there are any issues. I don't believe anything was brought to Karen either. I'm pretty sure she would have told me, so at this point, no.
My next question is on timing. If this was approved in '22, are we just getting it now because we were waiting? Like what's the delay in '22 approval and we're in the end of '25 now
For the HVAC,
for the work. Yeah, I'm just wondering why it wasn't already done.
I believe it was caught up in there was a study that we did little over a year ago, and it tied in the school department as well as town buildings, and we had worked together to develop a plan. They had already appropriated these funds, knowing it would need to be done. So I think it was just to be safe, knowing it would need to be done. When ARPA came out and we realized that we could get credits from some of the work that was being done, we're using both ARPA, some CIP, and credits to fund the projects.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Any other questions on Article 3? Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to recommend approval for Article 3.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to recommend approval for Article 3. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Let's look at Article 4. This is to see if the town meeting will vote to amend Article 4 of the School Department Capital Improvement Budget for fiscal year 2024, approved at the May 2nd, 2023 annual town meeting, to remove $25,000 from the original appropriation of $280,000 from the Auburn High School building rehab for parking lot resurfacing to Auburn High School roof drainage repair or act on anything relative thereto. Dory, will you tell
Yes,
us
if
about
I
this?
may, Madam Chair.
Yep.
When I spoke to Beth, the full amount, 200,000 was used for the parking lot and for the work that needed to be done. And there was a need due to a drainage issue in the entrance of the high school, that they were able to fix the roof of the overlay that goes into the front doors, but there was a lot of damage on the posts coming down. And it's definitely in need of dire repair, and that's what this 25,000 is for. So they don't need it for, it would have been something she would have repurposed or given back at some point anyway, but is going into the building rehab of those columns.
Thank you.
The Chair, if I may. Did
Sure.
you say 200,000 had been spent?
Yes, I did.
So there's 80,000 remaining, and we're asking for 25 of that remaining?
That is correct.
Okay, any other questions?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to recommend approval for warrant Article 4.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to recommend approval for warrant Article 4. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. It's recommended. Article 5, to see if the town meeting will vote to appropriate $16,200 from ambulance reserve for appropriations for the purchase of cancer and heart screenings for members of the Fire Rescue Department or act on anything relative thereto, submitted by Auburn Fire Chief. Good evening. So I have a question. We're going to appropriate from the ambulance reserve for appropriations, and just looking at Article 7, that would come from the ambulance receipts. What's the difference between those two?
It's the same. It's common language. It's either referred to as ambulance appropriations or ambulance receipts.
it's the same account.
It's the same account.
Okay, thank you. Questions on Article 5? No? Yep.
I'll make a motion to recommend approval of Article 5.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to approve Article 5. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, it's recommended. Article 6, to see if the town meeting will vote to accept the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 32, Sections 4, 2B, and Mass General Law, Chapter 32, Section 4.2B and a half, to allow permanent, intermittent, or call firefighters to be credited with full-time service for the purpose of calculating retirement benefits in accordance with Chapter 32 of the Massachusetts General Laws and any other applicable laws and collective bargaining agreements, or act on anything relative thereto. Chief, would you tell us about that one, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. Successful passing of this Mass General Law will correct an error, I apologize, that Worcester County Retirement has been making for several years, and it's been recently come to light that this legislation is a remedy. The easiest way to explain this is if we had summer help that worked in our DPW that was mowing lawns or weed whacking, and we had the same individual come back 3 or 4 years, let's say they were going through college, and every summer they came and they worked for us. And then after college, they got a job with the Holden DPW. They would be allowed to credit the time that they worked here part-time in the town of Auburn towards their retirement in the town of Holden. Call firefighters were not able to do the same because of how Worcester County Retirement was reading that portion of the law. Essentially, they didn't realize that call firefighters were actually working firefighters. They thought that they were on like a reserve list somewhere, not kind of working. So this is something that the Fire Chiefs Association has been trying to remedy for many, many years. And then finally, this is the remedy. So if this passes, this will allow the town of Auburn to basically confirm that any member who served as a call firefighter for the town of Auburn and then went off somewhere else, whether it's the city of Worcester, the town of Charlton, any other retirement board, it would allow them to use the part-time service that they had for us as a call firefighter to count towards their retirement. There is no financial obligation by the town because any credible service would be paid for by the employee. They would cut that check to the retirement board. And then in the future, when that employee retires, there would be no pension liability or obligation on behalf of the town of Auburn because they never served here as a full-time employee. So there is no pension obligation either. So essentially this really allows call firefighters to be included with every other part-time employee that may work for the town that then goes on to work for another community to be able to count that credible service towards their retirement.
Thank you. So are other towns also in the same situation and having to pass this?
Yes. So Massachusetts Fire District 7, which is what we're a part of, between May and the fall, I would say pretty much close to 100% of the departments have gone to their town meetings and had this legislation passed by their town
Okay.
meetings.
And is that a mistake that was being made by retirement systems at other places in the state?
Largely just
counties
Worcester
or-
County.
I beg your pardon?
Largely just Worcester County.
Okay, thank you. All right, any questions?
So, Madam Chair, I just want to confirm, so the employee will have to buy back their time like any other DPW
Right.
or?
That is correct.
Yep, okay, thank you.
I just had a quick question. So if a call firefighter was hired when we went more professional, does their call service, you're explaining it as if somebody started here and then had to go somewhere else to get on a fire department. Do our existing, because many of the professionals were call firefighters before they became full-time firefighters, were they always able to count these?
No, so that was part of the issue with Worcester County Retirement is they would only allow call firefighters who became full-time in the same department that they served as a call firefighter. So we have full-time employees here in Auburn who served as call firefighters, and when they became full-time, they were allowed to buy back their credible service because they went full-time in the same department. Our issue for many, many years has been that's not the rule. The rule, and again, using the DPW as an analogy, we say every other part-time employee is able to buy back their credible service regardless of where they go to work full-time. Why are the firefighters different? And then ultimately years of legal, battles, and this is the remedy to that situation. So we not only have call firefighters who worked for us here that have become full-time firefighters in other communities, this is giving them the same ability that the call firefighters who served here who became full-time in Auburn received.
I just wanted to make sure that, as you explained it, I just wanted to make sure that people who stayed with the department still got the benefit of their years of service.
Yes, they did.
This is more on Article 5, if we could just ask town administration, if those ambulance receipts and reserves are the same, if we could just, when they get printed, have the same language, just to avoid any confusion.
The
Or the
true
need for
name is the
another-
ambulance appropriations account. That's the true name.
However, it
no
needs to
problem.
be legitimately, just so that they agree, so town meeting won't have the same question from, and for record keeping, it's just better.
Yep, understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we recommend approval for warrant Article 6.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to recommend Article 6. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay, so that's fine. And Article 7, to see if the town meeting will vote to appropriate $50,000 from ambulance receipts for personnel expenses and other related costs associated with active threat response training for police and fire or act on anything relative thereto. And this is an article from the Auburn Fire and Police Chiefs. Question. Well, do you want to tell us about it?
Sure. Through the chair, both police and fire, we have trained separately over the years under the new active threat procedure under the National Fire Protection Association. Both law enforcement and fire service have adopted NFPA as the official essential rule of active threat. And although the departments have all trained individually on that, we have not drilled as a department, as the two departments coming together for one large-scale drill. And in talking with Chief Mills, we both see a lot of benefit in that, especially where both departments have had a lot of new members over the last couple of years. So if town meeting approves this article, we would be planning a joint police and fire active threat training that would include 100% of the members from both departments. And Chief Mills is here to answer any questions that you may have on the active threat piece.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Go ahead.
So I'm supportive of this. I don't have any questions about the item itself. I just have a question. It's probably better for our CFO. What are the parameters for us to use ambulance receipts or reserves funds? Are there certain things we can use it on and not use it on? It seems like we pull from that account for a wide array of different things.
Mr. Crane, so the threshold to be able to use the ambulance appropriations account is it has to have an emergency medical services function to it. No other department could tap it if it does not have an EMS function. You're right, where especially the balance that we have in this account, because it is used as a direct offset to our budget, I'm very protective of this account. But there are certain things that I use it for, like the cancer screenings. Every 3 years, we've done that. This has an EMS component, obviously, because it's an active threat class tied in with paramedics removing people from buildings. So it has to be the right project in order for me to, say, yes, I'm willing to tap ambulance receipts for that. But that's the threshold, is it has to have some ambulance related or EMS function in order to be able to use that account.
Thank you.
I also am supportive of it. I just have a question in that we would largely, in any large-scale event, would need to be calling in probably mutual aid both for fire and police. Is there any plan to include neighboring departments, or does SEMLEC do certain things like that type of training so that you all kind of can figure out how to?
Thank you for the question. There will be, obviously, from the fire and the police departments, we'll have to actually recruit officers from other departments in order to fill out the training because of the numbers that it requires for actual participants. On day 2, it involves the communications section as well, where they proceed through a script and we respond to that. So as the chief said, it's called Active Attack Integrated Response. So it's stop the killing, stop the bleeding, and then render first aid, and they have hot zones, warm zones, cold zones. So it's a joint training, but we will need to recruit other officers, and they'll need to recruit other firefighters. And 2 of our instructors are on the SEMLEC SWAT team, so they teach it across the region as well.
Thank you, yeah.
Questions? No?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we recommend approval on warrant Article 7.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to recommend approval on warrant Article 7. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, Article 8 is to see if the town meeting will vote to meet compliance with the MBTA community law by amending the Auburn zoning bylaws, sections 3.2, 2.3 apartments, I beg your pardon, by sections 3.2.2.3 apartments, 4.1.7 special permit uses, 4.3.5.1 use, and 4.3.6.1 minimum lot size in unsewered areas, and add section 3.2.2.4 multifamily as follows, and then it's as is written.
Madam Chair, I just have one question for Dr. Menard. So this was provided in consultation with the state for us to be in compliance with the MBTA community law. This seems like a moving goalpost. I'm supportive of it, but it seems like a moving goalpost. Every year we think we got it, we make changes, and then we come back the next time and we're going to make more changes. As far as you know, this is what they're saying now.
Yeah, it's been very frustrating. But yes, we met with them over the summer. These were the items they pulled out. I'm hopeful that this will do it. We've at least proven that we're trying to make an effort to become compliant over the years, so I'm hopeful this is the last time.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Dan?
Yeah, I just, you have, where you retained or recommend retaining special permit in the highway business district. Don't we have some preferred sites for multifamily dwellings in highway business? Plus we have a mixed use, which has been a mixed use since '85 and has never been used up at BJ. So why would we not want to have that also site plan approval?
It's been special permit in the highway business. I just wasn't considering changing that at the time just because I was just trying to parallel the multifamily apartments with the same permitting. Certainly something to change in the future. Multi dwelling is allowed in certain areas. Multi-business use and combined business use, so.
I mean, the regional mall is an ideal place to have it as well, and we have it as special permit. And highway business, most of highway business abuts RA, so it makes sense. Obviously, there are places that it doesn't.
Right.
You know, the areas, but it would make sense if you don't mind looking at it with zoning and
Sure.
planning. See what, there might be some hidden pitfalls that I'm not thinking of. It just seems like we've identified some of these locations in those areas, and I wouldn't want developers to look at that and say, as you're pointing out, the whole purpose of this is we don't want them having to jump through additional hoops. So anyways, sorry for the commercial.
Oh,
Thank you.
Welcome the feedback.
Okay, any other questions on Article 8?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we recommend approval on warrant Article 8.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, so you might as well stay there, please. So we are looking now at Article 9 to see if the town meeting will vote to amend the Auburn zoning bylaws, Section 3.8, restricted uses, and 3.9, accessory uses, as follows, as is printed in the warrant. Do we have any questions?
Not so much a question, more of a statement. I'm happy to see you advancing bylaw changes that will hopefully make it easier for people to come in, do business, such as the farmer's market. I'm sure I'm not the only one who has heard complaints that Auburn is not the easiest place to do business in or get a permit from. So I'm hoping that this is the first of several that we'll see, either from yourself, the health department, the building department, et cetera, and looking at our processes and streamlining them and making it easier for various uses to come into town. Sorry for my commercial.
No stealing my material. Adam, just a quick question. I see that you're crossing out earth removal. How is earth removal and earth fill handled if we're taking it out of this area?
Those are in the general bylaws now. Those are moved out of zoning a few years ago, so it's just cleaning up that
It makes
old
sense
language.
to have them in both places. Okay, thank you.
I'll make a motion to recommend approval of warrant Article 9.
Second.
Okay, so you have a motion and a second to approve warrant Article 9. Any questions? I beg your pardon, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, so we're all set. Thank you, Dr. Menard. Article 10, to see if the town meeting will vote to appropriate $50,000 from free cash for personnel expenses and any other related cost associated with the Dr. Robert Goddard Centennial Celebration Weekend in March 2026, or act on anything relative thereto by the town manager.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, through the chair. In our meetings with the Centennial Committee and also in the meetings with the Friends of the Robert Goddard Centennial, there has been discussion about how we manage a large influx of people that come here to these events, whether we have the events or not. Actually, I think we'll have an influx of people, at least at the golf course on March 16th. So what we did to try to prepare for that is follow what we do for the fireworks and anticipate the public safety that we're going to need if we have an influx of people like we anticipate. Right now, we're planning on a Saturday event at Goddard Park and also a Monday event at the golf course. And whether we have those or not, I still think that, based on our communication with Charles Slatkin and a few other people in the world of rockets, they feel like we're going to have this influx. And I know we're raising money, the Friends are raising money, but we don't want to take the chance that we don't have the funding needed. I'm hoping we don't need it. I'm hoping that the fundraisers can raise money for that part, but they're focused on the events of the days, the speakers, the role players, the rockets that will be shot off the day of on the 16th and things like that. So that is the reason why I made this request.
Okay, any questions?
Yeah.
Yep.
Madam Chair, I'm going to take the opportunity to ask this question. It's related but not directly related. Will the park be done by this date? It's dragged on for a really long time. So I'm just going to take the advantage of this and ask what the status of the park is and will it be done?
The Goddard Park next door.
The Goddard Park, the
Behind
bridge,
the
the
fire
walking
station,
path,
yeah.
the street lights, the pedestrian scale lighting, the whole kit and caboodle that has to be done before we have this influx of people.
Hi, Joanna. Hi. Joanna Paquin, hi.
Thank you. So the lighting was installed by the DPW, so that is complete. And we've had some coordination issues with the contractor. One of the main issues was the missile and what to do with it, how to transport it. And I think at this point, we've resolved that problem. I saw the contractor up there this morning, so we've gotten them back on site, and I have full faith that once they can actually do the work and have access to that, they'll go fast.
If I can go fast, meaning do we have a timeline like October, end of October, or are we talking February?
So I've been told that once they're able to get to the site for the concrete sidewalks, which would be the bulk of the work, it's about a 2-week time period for full construction.
So it shouldn't go into March, is what I'm
No.
hearing. Okay.
It should not.
So since we typically shouldn't pour concrete in the wintertime, we're looking at like November, the park will be done?
So it would just depend on what we're doing for the monument. We're expecting the design for the base of the monument this week. And then we'll be moving forward, but we're coordinating with the contractor and all the designers to get that going as well.
If I may, so preparing for influx, are we just talking about additional staff needed for traffic flow? Or is there additional work related to influx of people? I'm not as familiar with that.
Our concern is the public safety aspect, police, fire, car accidents, parking, transportation from, maybe we're going to have to call the mall and, do similar to what we do on the 4th of July. As we get closer, we'll get a better idea. But we really are not sure. So we just want to be available. It is mostly going to be for staff time, for overtime, for just to make sure that if any people, visitors come to Auburn, that they're safe and they're able to come in and come out safely and park.
And that's my concern, I know it's for the public safety aspect. I don't want to be too restrictive, but I mean, this is pretty general in that, and it doesn't talk about the influx of people. So I'm wary of a $50,000 check to use for something that's not as defined. So that's just where I stand. I'm not against having that money there. I just feel that the explanation isn't necessarily what's written.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's for traffic control, those types of things, everything that we do for the 4th of July, making sure that there's staff on hand from the fire department at the golf course when we're having an event, also at Goddard Park when we have an event. So it's really staff time for public safety is what I'm looking at for this money. I'm hoping that everything else will be taken care of by the fundraising, and I will definitely brief the board as we move forward. As the Friends continue to move forward, they're making things for the Goddard Centennial that they're going to be able to sell to residents. So you'll see that hitting the neighborhood soon. So it's a pretty exciting time for the town of Auburn.
Joanna, do you have a punch list for what is left to be done for the park?
Not with me, but that's part of the contract, so I can provide it.
I don't need to see it. I just want to make sure that how many items are still left to be completed, I guess. If you don't know now, that's fine. You can let us know, or you can let me know, whatever. Send me an email, but.
So the concrete construction, the concrete sidewalk construction is part of that. On the fire station side, there's still some bituminous walkways that need to be finished on the library side. And we're also having Amarello do some additional work to move the model rocket to a new place. So there's additional work that they're doing, but for the original portion of the project, that as well as the monument.
Well, everything left to be done is to be done by a contractor. Am I hearing that correctly? And
Yes.
everything is going to be compliant so that we don't have an issue with that.
Yes.
How will inspections be done? Because obviously the contractor is doing their work. Do we have that figured out so that we can make sure that when they do the work, we're not having to, then say, you got to dig it out and do it right, or correct something?
So I have my engineer on site. Whenever they're on site, he makes site visits. So he's there any day that they are there. Yeah. So we're making sure.
Another question, and is part of this contract for the contractor to restore the library grounds that have been fenced off, that have taken quite a beating?
Yes.
So those will be restored before the March event as well?
Yes.
Just for the article and the language, I would just caution us not to restrict it too much, because if the town needs to pivot because of something, we don't want it so tied down that we now have to go to the town meeting to unstick the glue. So, but I'm sure the manager will make it plain what the purpose is at town meeting, so.
So I just have two quick questions. Are we talking, Dory, are we talking about shuttles to, also to bring people from perhaps the mall up to,
We are,
up to the golf course in March?
yes.
All right. And just one more question. I'm afraid, yeah, sorry, Joanna, come on. I had just a question about the rocket. So right now it's laying down on its side there, and the Ecotarium's working with Amarello, and they're trying to figure out who can do the work that's necessary on it. So are we talking about just moving it to another place in town?
So it is my understanding that the structural engineer that's going to be working on the rocket,
Yeah.
I think he's going to be disassembling it.
Yep.
And putting into 3 pieces so that they can actually move it, so that it's not so heavy that they can.
Okay,
that
so
they can
it'll
move it.
move to his shop? Okay, out of town. All right, thank you. That's all I need to know. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Article 10?
Last thing. I know we mentioned the Auburn Mall. Can we try to find multiple staging areas if we're going to provide transportation? Just because people may not be able to physically get to the mall. If the schools, obviously have West Street, we have a fairly substantial, depending on when the event is. We have Packagug School, we have the senior center, just so that we're not forcing or creating more of a traffic jam. And also, if somebody can walk there but can't drive there, it would just be helpful so that they could have, a location in West Auburn, a location up on the hill, maybe something at Franklin Field so that you get the Boys Street area covered as well. Obviously I understand that complicates the logistics, but I think, for residents, many who cannot drive, it would just be nice if they could walk in their neighborhood and not have to jam the streets with traffic, and that might help overall with local traffic anyway.
Through the chair, absolutely.
I will make a motion that we recommend approval of warrant Article 10.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to recommend Article 10. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. So Article 11 is see if town meeting will vote to appropriate a sum of money from free cash to the town OPEB, other post-employment benefits trust, or act on anything relative thereto. So good. Thanks, Karen. So I just had some questions about free cash. What was the amount that we can spend? In other words, what was the amount of the increase?
Well, the free cash hasn't been certified yet.
Okay.
That's why there aren't any amounts in here. But my estimates are showing that there is a decrease in the amount, a decrease in the amount that we can spend because of the fact that we're budgeting closer to actuals, times are tough. So we're estimating, I'm estimating that it's probably going to be about $500,000 that we could potentially spend. So we would have an increase of $1 million. We could spend up to $500,000. So in the past, we've put $500,000 into OPEB and then $250,000 into stabilization. And at this point, there isn't projected to be those balances. So as soon as we know what the certified amounts are, then the town manager and myself are going to make a recommendation as to what to put into these two accounts.
Isn't this, I thought they would have it certified by now. When is it going to be certified?
It's going to be certified soon. We have the treasurer collector retired this year, so we're just a little bit behind. But last year, I believe it was certified in early October.
Okay.
So it's about, because last year, I think we had our meeting in November. So it's a little bit later.
Okay. I was able to pull numbers from the DOR DLS site, and it looked like they were for fiscal 2025. So it looked like those were all set. So those numbers are there, but they're just not certified yet?
Nope, there shouldn't be any certified numbers on the website for fiscal '25. Maybe it's fiscal '24 that's certified as of 7/1 of '24. Maybe those were the ones that you were looking at.
Yeah, it said, okay, I'll take another look. Thank you. Okay, so, and we'll know an amount on the night of town meeting, we'll know an amount to put into these two, 11 and 12?
Yes, we'll know before that. as well. But yes, there will be amounts to put in there before.
So do we want to, what we usually do here?
Steve has a question.
Yes, Steve, go ahead.
So, I mean, our financial policies are pretty good and we've been able to get a good credit rating. Is there any impact if we don't put a certain dollar amount into that would impact our credit? And I know we've had guidelines in the past where, again, we try to do 500,000, 250. Is there a number if we go below that it could have an impact on our rating?
As long as we continue to show that we're making an effort to put and follow our policies, that we're putting amounts into the OPEB, then there shouldn't be any type of a, an unfavorable look on it.
And if I may, through the chair, I have asked, because this is a change from obviously what the town is used to. So I asked Karen to do outreach to our financial advisors to make sure that the decision we make is the right one. Should we put more in stabilization? Should we put more in OPEB? Where should we put the money? Because I don't want to make any mistakes and have it affect our bond rating. So we've been in constant contact about things like that, not only for this, but for the other articles as well. Our financial advisors have been tied into all of those discussions.
And then knowing that times are tough and we keep coming back looking for more money, is it, again, beneficial to put less in those and have it available for that flexibility aspect? Or, again, I don't know what that limit is, but again, coming back and looking for additional funds, knowing things are tight, I want to make sure we're on the right path, but not restrict us with the uncertainty in the not too distant future.
I agree. I think from my experience, it is very important for our bond rating to make sure that we contribute to OPEB and stabilization, those two. We still have a very generous free cash amount that we have, which I'm grateful that we can use that for a rainy day if we need to. We don't have to go to stabilization, but you're absolutely right. We don't want to restrict ourselves too much. So that's why we've tied in professionals who deal with this all the time. We don't need to pay more in interest because it's more difficult for us to balance the budget. I have done a lot of research on some of the area towns, and they're all going through this, unfortunately. Auburn is very fortunate that we are still in a very good position. I'm not sure, I think we just have to pay very close attention to it moving forward. And talking to the financial advisors about these different accounts will be done often.
Thank you.
May I make a comment too? While we can put money into our OPEB fund, we don't really have a mechanism to take it out. Is that correct? Until further down the road, and we wouldn't want to do that. But we can put money, free cash, into our stabilization account, and we can spend from that account if necessary, as long as we have a 2/3 majority approval at town meeting. So it's not going away forever, I guess I want to say too.
So, Madam Chair, I'd ask that the board consider
Yep.
holding these two. I don't like approving or recommending one way or the other unknown amounts. So I'd like to ask if we can hold these to a future meeting
Well,
until those numbers can be filled.
Can we vote to take no position at this time and then meet prior to town meeting and make the recommendation at that time?
I prefer to follow the finance committee. What they did is they just chose to recommend at a later date. I don't believe they took a vote of recommendation one way or the
They
other.
did not, and for the same reason.
So I'd rather follow their lead on this
All
and
right.
just hold it and not take a vote.
Okay, so that would be for Article 11. Let me read Article 12. To see if the town meeting will vote to appropriate a sum of money from free cash to the town stabilization fund or act on anything relative thereto. And we want to do the same for that, right?
Question.
Yes.
So I think we're fairly healthy in stabilization. OPEB, we're behind. So, I do hope that both the CFO and the town manager will come to the elected and appointed boards and ask for our recommendation and not just give us a number, because I think we should be weighing in on where that works. Which fund is the preferred one. And obviously, we'll listen to our financial advisors and we'll listen to our paid professionals. But I think we need to get into the habit of asking and not telling the elected board and the finance committee what these numbers are. There should be more of a conversation with us.
And through the chair, if I may, I have no problem with that. I just want to get the details from our financial advisor before I bring that to you.
Absolutely appreciate that you're doing your due diligence, not that I'm surprised, but it's good to hear, and I think town meeting members and finance committee members and this member is happy to hear that we're putting a lot of energy into it. I'm just going forward, I just think we need to have more conversations. You know, we shouldn't be getting these things and then, oh, what do you want to recommend or not? Well, maybe we have a different point of view and we should be working that through. So that's my 80-minute commercial, so thank you.
May I also ask that perhaps you can just prepare a report or a one-page report for us telling us what our OPEB, most recent OPEB balance liability is, what our, according to the auditors, and then maybe a list of what the amount is that we've been contributing through the years. I think we probably started about 10 years ago, well, maybe 12 years ago now, or a little more than that. So if you could just provide that information at some point in the future, I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so Article 13, to see if the town meeting will vote to accept Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22nd G, which reads as follows: in any city or town that accepts this clause, real estate that is the domicile of a person but is owned by a trustee, conservator, or other fiduciary for the person's benefit, if the real estate would be eligible for exemption under Clause 22nd A, 22nd B, 22nd C, 22nd D, 22nd E, or 22nd F, if the person were the owner of the real estate or act on anything relative thereto. Yes,
Through the
absolutely.
chair, these three articles they equate to the articles that the Board of Selectmen put forward at the annual town meeting that was voted and approved at the town meeting. When we sent it to the state for discussion and processing, there were questions about the different clauses in the 22s. And although we probably could have moved forward with the original vote, it was recommended through them and through our attorney to, number one, separate them into three different articles and revote them so that there was no confusion and no room for someone to say that it was meant for something else.
Madam Chair, if I may, I just have one statement. One was that I know that the warrant article that was put forward at the May town meeting that was approved, it went through town council, so I kind of wish he would have caught that then, so we wouldn't have to be doing this. Now, in terms of my actual question, because these are now happening in the fall instead of in the spring town meeting, will this push back the date that anyone who is poised to benefit from these tax incentives, that they will not be able to get it, or does it delay them getting the tax benefits?
Through the chair, I'm not sure, but I'll find out. I can't imagine it can go retro, even though they did have the information from the annual town meeting and they are so similar, but I will find out for you.
I just want to make sure that the intended recipients, those being our veterans, benefit from the vote that the town is trying to give for their tax abatements, and then it doesn't get delayed even further.
Any questions?
Just a request that town council be prepared to address this, that he, just like May town meeting, be at the front of the room, and that when these get called up, he has a clear explanation so town meeting members understand why they're being asked to do this again. In relation to the veterans situation, would board members object to us requesting that the veterans agent be asked if he would like to co-sponsor that?
I have no objection to that.
If the town manager wouldn't mind seeing through whatever administrative channels that needs, it would just be nice to have a, he works with the vets very closely, and it would be nice to have him on as a co-sponsor.
I'll look into it.
I will recommend approval of warrant article.
A second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to recommend Article 13. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Okay. Article 14, to see if the town meeting will vote to accept Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22nd I, which reads as follows: in a city or town that accepts this clause and is certified by the Commissioner of Revenue to be assessing all property at full and fair cash value, an abatement granted pursuant Clause 22nd, 22nd A, 22nd B, 22nd C, 22nd E, or 22nd F shall be increased annually by an amount equal to the increase in the cost of living as determined by the Consumer Price Index for such year. The Department of Revenue shall annually inform each city or town that accepts this clause of the amount of such increase or act on anything relative thereto. All right.
There's no questions. I'll make a motion that we recommend approval of warrant article 14.
Be here a second? Second, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. So we have a motion and a second to approve Article 14. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. All right, and then Article 15. To see if the town meeting will vote to accept Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22nd J, which reads as follows, and I'm not going to read it all, but it is as presented in the article.
I will make a motion that we recommend approval.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to recommend approval for Article 15. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No. Okay. So now we have Article 16, which is to see if the town meeting will vote to approve a new traffic study bylaw to read as follows. And then the, it is as presented in the warrant. It's a very long one. So do we have any questions on Article 16?
I know we previously discussed this.
Yep.
I'd like the board to consider holding this as well to see if the zoning bylaw review committee is able to meet, discuss it with our professional staff, and make a final recommendation before town meeting.
I would appreciate that as well. I think it's very important, and if we can just make sure that staff reviews it and make sure that everything that needs to be in it is in it, and council is giving it a thorough review and making sure that all the citations and relevant legal issues are covered.
So it sounds like you're saying that a recommendation will be made at a later date?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So that's what we'll do for Article 16. And so we will have to make sure to meet before the special town meeting. Article 17 is to see if the town meeting will vote to accept Nancy Drive as a public way from Vinyl Street to the end of Nancy Drive for a total distance of 1,044 feet, as shown on a plan prepared by B&R Survey Incorporated, entitled Street Acceptance Plan Prepared for the Town of Auburn, dated June 10th, 2025, and as filed with the town clerk. Acceptance is subject to receipt of a deed from the owner to the town for Nancy Drive and payment of all recording costs by the owner, act on anything relative thereto. Hi, come on up. Our DPW Director, Joanna Paquin.
Thank you. So this article is for the street acceptance of Nancy Drive. This was constructed per the subdivision rules and regs. It got to the point of actually getting planning board recommendation. It was a little bit of a different process at the time, but it went to town meeting with the planning board recommendation, and the only step that is left is what was left was for the residents to have a survey plan prepared for recording, and then a layout hearing to be held by the board.
So are you saying we've already voted on this part of this?
No, so I would recommend that the board hold off on a recommendation of this and schedule a layout hearing prior to town meeting.
Is it this board that holds that layout hearing, or is it the planning board?
The select board.
The select board does, okay.
Layout meeting?
Our next meeting is Tuesday after Indigenous People.
After, yeah.
And I know that at least one member won't be present. I just have a couple other questions. I just want to confirm that, so this portion is built to our standards.
Or at least,
oh, sorry.
at least the standards at the time. The planning board had already approved it. We had discussions with the residents. The residents hired a survey company to prepare a layout plan, as well as the description and the legal description for the road, and made sure that the bounds were set where they are supposed to.
How long ago was that process?
The process for
When the planning board approved it, because you said it met I think specifications at that time, but
in the 70s.
Oh, okay.
the 70s. Okay. Have you done any testing just to make sure that it meets the current standards, or have you done analysis to see what's different? You know, I'm not so concerned about the sidewalks or the street trees. I'm more concerned about the roadway itself. You know, was it built properly?
Well, I don't have any backup information on how it was built, but I mean, it's been probably close to 50 years. And the road does need to be repaved at some point. It's not one of our worst roads, but it's definitely, that's basically where when the residents realized that they were still, that their road was still a private road. It was never accepted, never went through the process.
So does it have to go back through a planning board process at all because of the long delay?
I believe because they voted at the time but I'll let Dr. Menard weigh in on that.
No timeline to file it at the registry or anything? It seems like they got the vote, but they never filed it. Or they never did, what was it, the follow-up steps? I don't know if there's a time limit where they have to go back through the process.
I don't think there's a time limit for the process. There's nothing about 2015 student acceptance guidelines. That's kind of what we're basing off this and other projects on. Normally, the developer would have gone through a lot of this at a time, but we are at where we have legal documents for council to review. That would be like what we're actually going to be taking over, which would be in this case the roadway. I would submit a report to planning board for public acceptance, which was already something that was done in the 70s. Then planning board would submit a recommendation letter to the town manager. So that would happen, if we can do this in that shorter space, we could add that to a meeting. BOS refers back to the proposed layout back to planning board. Planning board has 45 days to respond. So after the layout hearing, it does go back to planning board for a public hearing. And then they make their recommendation to town meeting.
So we have, 28 days before town meeting. Do we actually have time to have a layout hearing, have it go back to the planning board for their public hearing, then bring it back before town meeting? I mean, it sounds like there's not enough time there.
So, if I may, through the chair, so the steps that have already gone through, the procedure that it went through was that it went to town meeting, and the planning board acceptance was part of that town meeting vote. So the town meeting vote accepted the planning board's recommendation. They voted that that road was sufficient, and they would, that the Board of Selectmen would hold a layout hearing. And that was the vote of the town meeting, that the last step would be to go to the Board of Selectmen They would hold the layout hearing, and then it would go back to the town meeting for formal acceptance. So we're kind of dealing with two different processes. So I don't know if we go through the 2015 process where we've already gone through it, or if we're going through the process that, you know, the outstanding items that we're still missing.
So I guess I'm a little confused and a little concerned because we have our planning department saying it has to follow this process, DPW saying it has to follow process B. I understand there's some question we don't know. Have we asked town council what we should be doing just to make sure that you know what we're bringing to town meeting is a correct package, so that unlike the veterans thing, we're not coming back next year and going through the whole process again. You know, I certainly want to, you know, be responsive to the residents of Nancy Drive, but I also want to make sure that whatever we're doing correctly. And it sounds like there's a question mark on everyone's page on what the process should and should not be.
I can certainly, through the town manager, reach out to town council. I can provide all the information that the town clerk has provided, so that we are definitely on the right path. But the next step would be to hold the layout hearing, and that whether it goes to town meeting or not, that would be the next step.
Yeah, the layout hearing will have to happen anyways. If there's time for that,
I guess,
time for that.
you know, I wish we would have worked out all of that differences before we were 3 weeks before town meeting and put this on the warrant where we can't take it off now. So I'm a little frustrated by that this wasn't worked out long before we got to this point. And ourselves, Finance Committee and Town Meeting are put into this point where we're 3 weeks out and we don't know whether we should follow path A, path B, or another path entirely.
Yeah, we won't, your name's on it, but we can certainly at town meeting, absolutely the director could ask that this be continued to the annual town meeting and then it would be taken up. So it doesn't sound like this is an urgent issue, but I share your concern about we have something from the town clerk who said that town meeting did something, but we're saying it's not a public way, even though it sounds like the planning board followed whatever the process was in the 70s. Town meeting did its part. So how is it that we're, as a community, as an organization, saying at this point in time to the residents of Nancy Drive that they don't have a public way? Because to me, town meeting accepts roads. Town meeting accepted the road. The planning board did what the planning board needed to do in 1970, whatever. So I think town meeting will have a question as to why this isn't considered a public way. And we've certainly seen over time, like Old Cart Road, where the developer literally did a house a decade, seemingly. That was like his life's work for 30 years. They did like one house and then walked away from it. But that is totally different. He didn't do anything. It sounds like the developer did what he was supposed to do. The town as an organization did what it was supposed to do. So for me to have any sort of recommendation to town meeting, I think we need to find out why it is that we as an organization are saying that it's not a public way when it sounds like it should be, and why we're doing it this way.
Through the chair, I think to your point, the DPW director said it had to come back to the select board for a layout hearing, and that is what never happened. So it sounds like the process in the 70s included much more than just getting the vote from town meeting.
Well, we don't know that, though, just roughly. So that's why I'm concerned that we're saying to residents that this isn't a public way. And I know none of us sitting here are attorneys, and I don't see Mr. Hennigan here. So I suggest, having sat through many town meetings, if I were sitting in the audience and you're going to ask me to vote on this, there are so many holes in the explanation that we need to close so the town meeting clearly understands why they're correcting an action from 1972, because to Ms. Ruffley's point, if all we need to do is the Board of Selectmen magic, presto, we have a layout hearing and suddenly it's a public way, why is it that we're asking town meeting to take some sort of step? And I'm going to guarantee you the town meeting, quite rightfully, is going to shake its head and see what the hell are we doing and why are we doing this?
So, through the chair, I do have the town meeting vote for the road. It states, I move that the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to lay out the NSAID bounds on Nancy Drive for a distance of 1,044 feet, more or less, from Vinyl Street, provided that the cost of layout and setting of bounds is borne by the developer, by the owner-developer or abutters of the street. Now, this is the same language as the subsequent warrant article for Old Meeting House Road. And in looking at the records for Old Meeting House Road, it looks like that, that street acceptance was voted on at a subsequent meeting. So that led me to believe that the process was that this wasn't an official vote by the town meeting. It was an initial vote to set the layout hearing, and then it was basically looking at it consistently with other roads. That was the procedure that was.
So I guess and I don't want to speak for others, but it seems like the confusion is that you're going by the 1970 standards, which is the planning board takes a vote, town meeting then votes, pending a layout by the select board that then goes back to town meeting. What we're used to is what Dr. Menard is saying, which is all of that takes place first, and then town meeting is the final vote. And I guess what we're asking for is to know from legal counsel, are we playing by 1970s rules, or are we playing by 2025 rules? Because they're very different. And I think that's what we're asking for, is to have an explanation. Not because if there's 5 of us here confused, you can bet, as much money as you have, that town meeting is going to be just as confused, and it's going to be just as, even more people confused and asking these same questions. I agree, that we might want to think about, and this was because the DPW director's name is on this, pushing this off to May. I don't know, and I'm going to ask, do we currently plow Nancy Drive?
We plow all our private streets.
Okay, so we plow, so they wouldn't lose any services through the winter if this gets delayed at all. I know they want their pavement taken care of, but it sounds like it wouldn't happen anyways because it doesn't fall on our immediate list anyways. So there's no harm or delay to them, and they can be rest assured that we're going through the proper process. But I think I would join in making the strong recommendation that we involve town council, figure out what's going on here. And if we can't do that before we get to town meeting, then we look to hold till May instead of trying to rush everything in 3 weeks.
And did anybody look at minutes from the 70s to see if a layout hearing was actually done? Because they met like weekly.
I believe that the town clerk did look for them, and she could not find any record of that.
Yeah, I couldn't find anything.
What year are we talking about?
This is.
And there was nothing filed at the registry. I mean, they would have had to file whatever that layout plan at the registry, and there was nothing filed. Okay.
So
1971.
this is more for legal counsel, if I may. So if anyone's bought a house after this time, they did not buy a private street, or did they buy a private street? They need to understand that, because if the road is deeded to them and they're buying a house, that could have impacts. Do we know for certain 100% of residents want it to be public?
They paid for the survey for it to become.
100% of the residents paid for that? Like, I just want to make sure that they're all on board with that, because, again, if I'm buying a piece of property and my neighbors, I don't know what the covenants are around that, but depending on what rules we're following, that could have long-term impacts, especially if someone feels the value is either increased or decreased.
So through the chair, it is my understanding, and I obviously wasn't part of those transactions, but it was my understanding that all of the residents had chipped in for the survey. But that's what the layout hearing is for, because all the residents will get notification of the layout hearing and the intent to have that road be made public.
I think we need legal counsel to weigh in before moving forward.
Can I ask, have we, in the past, since the 70s, made improvements to this road where the residents may have, like, if we paved it, have we done any of that kind of stuff since the 70s that residents may use as precedent, saying that you accepted this as a town road because you've already repaved it?
So it wasn't repaved. We might patch a pothole, but that's the way that we operate on most private roads. We want to make sure that there's access for emergency services.
Thank you.
I don't think anybody alive today at DPW could answer that question. We would have highway surveyors. I'm not going to go to the cemetery and dig them up. But it would not be unusual if they didn't do that at that time.
So I guess, do we want to hold this, or do we want to defer to the petitioner? What do we?
From a leadership position, I think we need to get answers, not just for ourselves, but for town meeting. And so that would be.
I guess I'd ask them.
Hold it so that we can figure it out, but strong recommendation would be for the DPW director to ask town meeting to continue this to the annual town meeting so that these issues can be resolved effectively, instead of trying to rush and lose something, you know.
So we saying take no position at this time?
Let's see how far they get.
I think we're asking to hold it, not take a.
Okay, so we're holding again.
I think it's probably advisable with all the questions to have the petitioner request it be pushed, but let's see how far we get.
Okay, so are we talking hold, or are we
We're talking
talking
hold.
recommendation will be made at a later date?
We're
Well,
talking about hold for now,
hold.
and then we'll make a recommendation.
Yeah. So our version of hold is the same as recommendation will be made at a later.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. All right. Okay, so that's Article 17. Let's look at Article 18. To see if the town meeting will vote to grant to National Grid temporary and/or permanent easements across, over, and under town property on Auburn Street for the purpose of constructing, reconstructing, repairing, maintaining, operating, and patrolling a transmission line of high and low voltage consisting of at least 3 poles with associated wires and cables, and to further authorize the Board of Selectmen and Town Manager to execute any and all documents necessary for the conveyance of such easements to National Grid in accordance with law or act on anything relative thereto.
So I have a request that this article go and town council review it, because my understanding is the Office of Town Manager has custody and control, but cannot sell land. That's solely the Board of Selectmen's role. And I'm not saying it because, oh, it's ours. I could care less, to be honest with you, other than I don't want somebody selling land without somebody knowing about it. So again, much like, as I said, with the fire chief, we want to make sure that these articles are correct. We don't want to introduce the town manager or the office of the town manager if that isn't legally required, because then people get confused and it's on us as an organization. So I would just ask the town council review it and to ensure that the language and make any necessary corrections before we take a vote.
May I also, through the chair, ask, it says temporary and/or permanent. If it's temporary, then it's not permanent, and if it's permanent, it's not temporary. So why is it written like that?
So, through the chair, this is language that we received from National Grid, and that's probably why it's not specific to Auburn. I can certainly amend it if need be on the floor. It is for a grant of a permanent easement for an existing utility pole that they will upgrade once they receive the easement.
So whereabouts is this again? So we're talking about the area basically around one telephone pole, one electrical pole.
Yes.
And it's on Auburn Street?
It's on Auburn Street. This is the pole that we would be getting electricity for Goddard Park. This is where it came about. So they are, they're willing to upgrade the pole. They recognize that they need to upgrade it, and that would be part of their responsibility. But they are requiring the town, but they need to replace the pole. So they're going to be replacing the pole in the same location as it is now. There's no easement currently, and they are requesting that we provide an easement, or the town provides an easement.
I understand, thank you.
So they're replacing an existing pole with an upgraded pole, but they found out while they were doing that we never provided them an easement for that initial pole. I agree, I'm supportive of this, obviously. I want to, get this all taken care of before we have our celebration in March, but I do agree with Mr. Carpenter's request that we see if the town manager has a role to play here. Not that I am opposed if that's what the charter calls for, but I certainly, everyone knows I'm cautious about usurping of our authority.
Through the chair, just for your information, we did receive the easement language, and it does have the board signatures and nobody else's.
Not a big deal. Let's just, again, I don't have an issue. It's not, it's ours. So really, honestly, it's not that much of a thrill to sign my name. But I just want it to be correct so that, again, we just had 1971 come to visit us. We don't want to be alive and have somebody come at us. So if we can just make sure that it's correct.
So we're talking about recommendation will be made at a later date?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so that is Article 18. Let's look at Article 19, to see if the town meeting will vote to approve a 3,500-foot sewer rehabilitation project along Goddard Drive, beginning at Goddard Drive and extending through a cross-country easement towards Southold Road, and a Sword Street Force Main rehabilitation project with project limits starting at the Sword Street pump station, extending to the intersection of Jerome Ave and Hillside Street, totaling $4,700,000, and to raise said funds by borrowing, payable in not more than the term provided by law, and any premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by the vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the cost of issuance of such bonds or notes may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the general laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount, or act on anything relative thereto. So we have you here. Okay. Tell us about this, please.
So we're looking at two projects, and they're sewer rehabilitation projects. One cross-country down from Goddard Drive, going down towards the diversion channel. I know of one sewer main break at that location. It happened to be right before Christmas. The previous DPW director was here, so that definitely was a memory in our minds, just because of the timing and because of the location. It is located near wetlands, sensitive areas, so because because of its location, because we already know that we have issues with it, we want to address it. And then the other project is, for the most part, along Route 12, from the Sword Street Pump Station up, basically up Route 12. To my knowledge, we've had 3 sewer main breaks in a very close proximity at that sewer main, at the sewer force main. So we have been looking at addressing these issues. In June, the sewer commissioners voted to increase the sewer rates to fund these projects. And at the time, they were anticipating an increase of $300,000 to be able to fund these.
Can you repeat that? They expect an increase of what?
$300,000 annually.
Annually, okay.
Through the chair.
Yep.
Is there already a lot of work going on the Sword Street, Southbridge Street area, sewer work, or I know there's a lot of construction there. Is that part of this, or is it extending, or am I completely off?
So they have a water main that they were installing, the Auburn Water District project.
Is it in that general area?
It would be in that area, yes.
Thank you.
Questions?
So you're talking about Sword Street. What direction are you going to achieve this?
Going,
Talking about the diversion tunnel, which is behind Packagug Hill.
I'm sorry, so that's the Goddard Park sewer main. So there's one sewer that we're going to be rehabilitating from Goddard Drive towards cross country towards the diversion channel, and then the second project is the Sword Street force main from the pump station up Route 12 towards the vicinity of
Hope Ave? Are you going towards Worcester?
yes, towards Worcester.
Hope Ave is the next, well, not necessarily the next cross street.
So it would be around Jerome.
We're not impacting anything on the 50 acres that we bought on South Hill Road, are we?
No, it's not going that far.
I may ask,
Yep.
on the Goddard Drive one, you keep saying cross-country. Can you explain what that means?
Sure, so it's not within the paved right-of-way. We have an easement going cross-country, or it's either on an easement or on town property, but it's through the woods and a little bit less accessible. And that's why I'm also considering this more of a sensitive project, just because the only way to find out that we have a sewer main break is either looking at our data from, once it goes down to Pinrock pump station and seeing flows go down, or if somebody actually, maybe smells it, but it's remote, so it's difficult to notice.
So has it been scoped, and we know the impacts there? I think you said 3,500 feet. Is that the entire distance, or that's just the area that needs to get replaced?
That's the area that would be lined. So there's a combination of either pipelining or total excavation and replacement. There's some spot areas that prior to this project being put in front of the board, these pipes were cameraed, so we have a good idea of what the condition of the pipes are.
Well, Goddard ends in a cul-de-sac. Where on Goddard are we proposing to do this work? And have we talked to the neighbors? Has DPW talked to the neighbors about the potential impact, things that they might need to prepare for as far as work commuting, kids getting to the school bus stop, those type of things?
So, the Goddard area, I don't believe, I believe that it starts in the woods, so it's at the end of the road. So the majority of the work would actually be not on Goddard Drive, but as it extends out.
You're not pulling it towards the street. You're still leaving it in some sort of natural area, just easier access? Is that what I'm hearing? Are you paving something? What do you?
So we're not going to be paving, they're going to be lining it. So they're going to mobilize on site and, like I said, they're going to be excavating, so there's going to be construction going to the site, but it's not going to be within the roadway. It's going to be off the roadway in those wooded areas.
You will talk to the neighbors just to make sure that they're aware that this is going on, because you guys start early in the morning, you know. I don't know what their habits are up there, but it would be nice if they got a heads up that this is going to happen and there's going to be some disruption, some noise.
Absolutely. I'm sure that they're already aware of it just because we're going to be going to Conservation Commission. So the nearest area abutters are going to be notified of that work as well. But
When do you anticipate this work taking place?
so I'm looking at bidding it over the winter.
So it would take place until the spring, the earliest. And the bid will include restoration of any disturbed woodlands, replanting of trees, everything?
So we wouldn't replant the trees. We actually keep that easement clear, just so that.
You're going to clear cut it and keep it clear?
So it's already clear cut.
Oh, it's already cleared? Okay.
We might have to provide some stabilization for the equipment to go in, but yes, it would be restored.
I have a question about the borrowing. What kind of term are we talking about borrowing this over?
Could do it at a 20 or a 30. We
Right.
would probably recommend a 20, so that we could save on the interest costs.
And what kind of borrowing is already happening at the DPW? What's already being paid off? Is there a lot of money outstanding? Or is there a lot of debt outstanding already?
There really isn't a lot of debt outstanding. And there is something that's falling off soon as well. It's not as high as this one. I
Right.
think it's maybe like $1 million one, but.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask, is that because we used the last time sewer issues came up, we used ARPA funds for it? For the pumping station? I think that was the last time we appropriated sewer funds. Right?
Perhaps, yeah.
I know Sword Street has had multiple issues. I know Holstrom Court's had multiple issues costing in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to actually have trucks to take the waste and somewhere else. So I don't remember if we probably did, but yes.
I think it was like Warren, I think it was the Warren Road Pumping
We
Station.
certainly did it for that, I know that. But, yeah,
Okay.
anyways.
So if there's no other questions, I'll make a motion that we recommend approval.
One second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to recommend approval for Article 19. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
The reason we're talking about raising the sewer rates is these bonds are not being paid by tax levy, they're being paid by the sewer, just so that people know ahead of time. I know you've mentioned, but bears repeating sometimes.
Okay, Article 20 is to see if the town meeting will vote to approve drainage and irrigation improvements totaling $2,500,000, $500,000 of which to be funded through Packagug Golf Course retained earnings, and the remaining $2 million to be raised by borrowing payable in not more than the term provided by law, and any premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by the vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the cost of issuance of such bond or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the general laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such cost by a like amount or act on anything relative thereto. Okay, want to tell us about that?
Thank you. So we have two projects in this article as well. One for $1 million for drainage improvements. As you might have heard, we've had issues with drainage at the golf course, not being able to get golf carts out, not being able to let golfers out. It definitely impacts the bottom line, and especially the golf carts. So we're looking to make those improvements to address those issues. In addition, we're looking for the $1.5 million for irrigation improvements. Our golf course superintendent is here, and he is much more knowledgeable about the issues that we're facing with both drainage and irrigation. So I'm sure that he'd be happy to share his knowledge on that as well.
Okay, do we have any questions?
We do have questions. I don't know that I have questions of the superintendent, but similar to Mrs. Ruffley's comment about debt, how much debt do we have for the golf course? I know we appropriated money to get it started, like 150 grand a couple of years ago. We never got that money back. But how much debt are we carrying, and are we anticipating that this is going to be done by a vendor, or is this something that the town is thinking they're going to do?
This would be done by a vendor.
What timeline do you have to complete this? Obviously, the golfing season is still underway, but...
So I know that Pete has had some discussions with some vendors. The irrigation project is much more cumbersome just because it requires electrical upgrades at the pole, from the pole down to the pump station. I don't know if Pete, if you wanted to elaborate on the timeline.
Good evening. My name is Peter Corio, golf course superintendent. We have multiple issues with the irrigation system. One of the bigger problems is there isn't actually enough power going to the pump house to support everything that we have down there. We have timers in place right now. When the irrigation pump comes on to irrigate the golf course, we have to turn the wells off. So we're not recouping water into the pond as we're pumping it out, because right now it's a 60 amp single phase service going to the pump shed. The recommendation is to go to a 3-phase service to support everything. The other thing is the irrigation system is 40 years old. The United States Golf Course Association states that irrigation system typically lasts 30 years, so we're on borrowed time. There are different components to the irrigation system. We have pumps, we have a pump, we have a motor, sprinkler heads, the piping, and basically everything has served its life. In the past, when Johnson Management was running the golf course, when they replaced anything that went wrong, the assistant superintendent had worked for them. Nothing was ever replaced with anything new. It was always replaced with something used. So we don't know how old some of the components are. Technology has improved with the irrigation system. Thought processes have improved. Currently, there are 4 heads surrounding each green. They each do a 360-degree rotation. The thought process today is to double the amount of heads, which will lessen the amount of water, believe it or not, because the greens are maintained at a height of 5/32 of an inch. The surrounds are maintained at 2.5 inches, so you need less water on the surrounds than you do the greens. The other problem we have is when they designed the system, and I'm not sure if it was head spacing or if the pump is just not up to speed right now. They designed a system to have head-to-head coverage, meaning one head should reach the other head. Currently, that's not happening. So the irrigation is not evenly dispersed amongst the green, which leads to hand watering. That involves myself or the assistant superintendent going out with a garden hose throughout the day and just hosing down the areas that don't get watered properly. That's become increasingly challenging over the years because we've gotten much busier. When I first started, I think on a weekend, we would do about 180 rounds on a Saturday, 180 rounds on a Sunday. We're up to about 300 rounds now. So the play has increased, which makes it a little more challenging to do these tasks. The piping has changed also. They have a high-density polypropylene pipe now. The life expectancy of that, they're putting it at 50 to 100 years. We have PVC in the ground. That life expectancy is around 20 years.
I don't have an issue with
people
you
will say,
actually
you know,
doing the work. I'm more concerned about the financial impact to the community. So that's why I said I'm not questioning whether the work needs to be done. We put a lot of money into the golf course, which is probably why it's coming back. My concern is, as we continue to do these things, and this is perhaps a very necessary thing, I don't want us to become non-competitive. We're a 9-hole golf course. I don't want to see us have an issue where we keep having to raise, because everybody's going to say, well, it's the golfers who are paying for it. Yeah, but if I can do 18 for this and I'm going to have to pay this for 9, it can become a competitive thing. So I'm not really concerned about that. I was concerned that we were trying to do it ourselves because we tend to overtax ourselves on that and have done for probably 11 years. And so I'm glad that we're doing the vendor situation. How much disruption to golf play, how much of a hit are we going to take while this work is being done is the other side of the equation.
So going back to your question about timing, as Pete mentioned, the electrical improvements are going to be the first thing that we're going to need. So we're going to have to work with National Grid to upgrade that service. And then move forward with the project. And then the timing of it is really going to depend on the contractor. So if we are looking at timing it at the best, at the slower times, then the project might have to get postponed several years to get onto the schedule. So whether or not we're flexible in that schedule and just limit the work to certain sections, that would be, in those bid documents and those conversation with the contractor.
If I may.
That concerns me a little because, again, we shouldn't be going out and borrowing more money today for something that's going to be done 5 years from now. So we definitely need, and I don't want to hear that the vendor is deciding when things are getting done. Either we're paying for somebody to do it and they want the job, or they shouldn't be working in the town of Auburn, because this is necessary work. It's a municipal golf course. We have salaries we got to pay. We have upkeep to pay. We have golfers that we want to continue to keep their seasonal tickets so that we continue to be successful. So we need to have a timeline, and we need to be able to execute these things within a reasonable period of time. Because again, it sounds like the superintendent's saying that it's costing us money, and potentially we could have a failure because for 40 years, 20 plus of which we had a vendor running things, and he or she didn't put anything into it, as we know, which is why the town decided to take the golf course back municipal. But I just want assurances before we make a recommendation that there is thought process going into all of these projects, because we're asking people and we're causing people to make decisions based on what we're doing.
So we wouldn't be able to start on the project until we have a contractor in place. And it's my understanding that we wouldn't be borrowing the money until we actually needed it. So it wouldn't be money that was borrowed and then, not used for years. I know that there might be some difficulty in getting vendors.
Well, yeah, when we had the irrigation system designed last year, The architect was telling me that at that point last year, if we were deciding, if we said today we wanted to move forward with this project, he said it would probably be 3 years before you could get a qualified vendor to install the irrigation system, because they're all that busy. There are not many golf course irrigation installers out there. He said a lot of them actually got out of the business, went into residential because there was more money in it.
So my question then would be, why are we going to authorize a borrowing, put that on our balance sheet for $4.7 million, which is going to be there because we've authorized it, if we're not going to have a reasonable period of time? I understand, Karen, you're going to say, I'm not going out to borrow, but it's going to be carried on our balance sheet. The $4.7 million is going to be sitting there, which could impact our bond rating.
Oh, through the chair, if I could, this is actually $2 million. And just to answer your question, we don't have any debt that's outstanding right now for the golf course. And I would think in order for us to get in line, for us to be able to, to line up a vendor, we have to have the funding authorized and in place.
But I would think you'd have a timeline, Karen, before you asked for a borrowing of $2.5 million, even if it's $500,000. We have a history where we're getting murdered on projects that take 10 years to accomplish, and they get approved by this board, and then they're like, the invisible man. We don't hear anything about them, and the public is out there saying, we're borrowing money, we're authorizing borrowing. Town meeting members are getting concerned because it seems like when we take on a project, we don't have a timeline. We don't have the things in place. So to me, if you're not going to even be prepared to do anything until the springtime, you're asking for this now. So again, the timing to me is a little off. I don't have an objection to the project. What I have an objection to is constantly hearing complaints about the projects that we're undertaking and that they seem to last an inordinate amount of time.
So
Dory, did you want to?
Yes, please, can I speak to this?
can I just ask a couple questions before you do that?
Yep.
So there's no bigger, I'm one of the biggest critics of those long drawn out projects. Can I just ask a couple questions? One, the superintendent said that we have already had this designed, so there is a plan ready to go. Through the town manager or the CFO, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, in order for a municipality to put out a contract, you must have identified a funding source that is committed. So we cannot go out to bid until that happens.
That is correct.
And for us to go out to bid and secure a vendor, it sounds like our design consultant has said, you will get somebody under contract, but they likely will not start the work for 2 to 3 years because of how busy they are. So we have to put all these pieces in place now in order to go out to bid. We have to authorize the funds. In order to get a contractor, we have to go out to bid and authorize the funds. In order to get on the calendar for 2 to 3 years from now, we have to authorize the bid, secure the funds, go out for contract. So it sounds like we have to do this now, or if we delay, we're just kicking the can down the road even further. I understand the concerns about other projects that have gone on way too long and have been delayed for reasons that are not this. This is setting all the pieces up properly from the beginning, and hopefully once we have the contractor under contract, we have the funds, we go out for bid, we go out and secure the funding, we will then follow through and make sure that project is done on budget, on time, with outside sources, and not continue to tax our internal forces.
So you're prepared to do an RFP, because that is not something that I heard you say to me.
But we have bid documents ready for the irrigation project.
That
I apologize.
Save myself 3 points on my blood pressure, but
Did you want to say
I
something?
don't want to be critical publicly, but again, these projects need to follow. a reasonable timeline. So if we're talking about, as Mr. Crane said, when you go to town meeting, that needs to be made perfectly and abundantly clear that you're authorizing money. However, you're not going to do a borrowing this time of year, but you might do a ban or whatever. This is a long-term project. And focus on, as Mr. Crane said, that we have a design, but because of, as Mr. I'm going to call you Peter, I don't mean to be too familiar, has given us reason, but all of that should be out in the public so that people understand what is expected. I'm being asked today to do this, but I'm going to be, waiting a little while to see it,
If I can, Madam Chairperson?
yep.
Through the chair. First of all, I'd like to thank Peter for your detailed description. I know we've met to discuss this, but it's always interesting to hear you talk about it and your passion for it. One of the things that he said was, that actually Joanna said that's really important, is in order, like you said, to Mr. Carpenter, in order to stay competitive, we need to do this. We are not able to use golf carts the way we should be able to use them. Our drainage problems have prohibited that. And the amount of time that has gone into the preparation of this project at the golf course between Joanna and Peter is exorbitant, to make sure that everything's lined up, the design is done, we're going to go for this borrowing, we're going out to bid. But I do understand your point, Mr. Carpenter, because some of the projects have been delayed. This is not going to be one of them on our part. If we can't find a vendor, then that's something else, and I'll definitely brief the board. But the other thing that's important, just so for the residents in town to know, is this is an enterprise account. So yes, it comes from the people who use the golf course. They are the ones who are paying for this, and that may be our residents, so through a fee process or whatever, but it's not tax levy funds. This is an enterprise account, and I think that's a really important point to say before we move on.
I just want to be mindful of the competitiveness. We have a 9-hole golf course. We don't have 18, we have 9. So, and we're competing with other golf courses in the area. So I'm glad to hear that we don't have a ton of debt.
Yeah.
But just as we're making decisions, these are things that may irritate staff for us to say this, but I put my name on a ballot and I get to say certain things, and I don't necessarily have to say them in a nice way. But I think I did say them in a fairly nice way tonight. But the residents are concerned. And if the resident's concerned, that means you can't do your job, and you can't do your job, and he can't do his job, and she's getting a lot of emails. So it rolls downhill and it rolls uphill, and it rolls to every single member of this board that these things don't happen. And there may be wonderful reasons why these things were delayed, but we need to do better with communicating, because the residents are paying for these things, and they're paying a high price because of our delays, and they're justifiably annoyed because not only are we delayed, but we don't have the use of Camp Gleason. We don't have the full use of the library with the addition, which would open that whole area up. We don't have use of the green spaces around the fire station, or, people are excited. So I just want you to be mindful of that. That's why my blood pressure is a little elevated at the moment, but.
All right, does anyone else?
Yeah, did you have a question on irrigation?
I do.
Go ahead with your irrigation question, because I have a drainage question.
Well, so you go right ahead.
Okay, so I know the drainage portion of this is to help with standing water on the golf course and get the carts out and everything. However, a few months ago, we had someone in here, I know drainage off the golf course to that street that is below is also a really big problem. And we had people in here a few months ago where the drainage in front of their house it collapsed. Is this going to help with that issue? Is there a way we can run drainage off into another area, or so it's not directly impacting the residents right below the golf course? I'm sorry, I can't think of the name of that street.
Meadowbrook.
Yeah, okay.
So, through the chair, I apologize. So we do, the drainage off the golf course, the majority of it actually goes into a detention basin that was constructed through a grant, of which I don't remember the name, but it was a hazard mitigation grant. So it goes through, goes into the basin, it goes through an outlet control structure to limit the amount of flow that's going down that pipe. In addition to that, as I mentioned at the last meeting, we do have the drainage improvement project, and that is, and that's part of it. So Meadowbrook Road, and then the off-site drainage that I believe I mentioned at the last meeting. I'm getting my meetings confused, but that for the off-road drainage project is actually right against the golf course in that area.
Okay, thank you.
So I think, yes, I had questions, first of which is it's an enterprise fund. So to me, I've been told many times that ROI isn't something you can necessarily calculate in government, but you certainly can in an enterprise fund in the golf course world. And understanding that this borrowing is coming, or we're going to authorize that with 500,000 in there, what is our lost time because of these issues that we're not solving? When it rains, yes, carts can't go out. Does it delay it 3 days? Is that how much revenue are we potentially losing in that? So like the opportunity costs, want to understand that aspect of it. And again, it will get paid through there, and knowing where we are competitively on the rate, where is that limit? If fees go up by $5, do we lose the, I believe you said 300 plus rounds a day?
On the weekend, it goes up to 300 rounds, yes.
Okay. So understanding like the impact of that, and knowing, again, this is an activity that people who have additional funds might be doing. And if they're being hit hard in the wallet, what does that look like? Are they going to drop that? And there might be things beyond our control that are going to limit the amount of people using the golf course daily. So I think understanding the ROI on this is critical for anyone who wants to do it. I understand the timelines, and certainly I use the golf course, so I'd love to, but at the same time, if you're going to charge me X number of dollars more, you know what, maybe I won't go out for 5 days after it's raining. You know, there's more to an enterprise fund than typical government aspects, so.
Before you answer, can I ask about the golf cart paths that we authorized, I believe it was a year ago, or was it in the past, was it in the annual town meeting? Didn't we authorize payments for golf court paths, right?
That was part of the bunkers.
Bunker replacement.
Bunker, yeah. So we have,
Right.
we have bid documents ready to go out. I think that there's some additional.
I guess Greg sent the bid out, it's out to bid right now, and we're having a pre-bid meeting on Wednesday of this week.
Okay.
Thank you, Pete.
Every once in a while,
So that will certainly help issues when it comes to drainage, because the carts can still go out if we've got some paths. It's not going to improve it completely, but
No, it's not going to improve it completely.
it will assist it.
To improve it completely, you really have to do the entire project, because if we were just to do the first 2 holes, the other holes are still wet.
Yep.
So in order to do this properly, the entire golf course should be done at one time.
Yep. Go ahead.
I just have one other question. So putting on my sort of conservationist and sustainability hat, golf course is a huge water sucks. There's a ton of water that you use to irrigate and keep everything nice and green for the golfers. Did your consultant or are you aware of any type of program where you are actually recycling the water through the retention base, put it back through the irrigation system, back into the retention base, back to the irrigation system? So you're sort of recircling, the same water and not drawing off of.
Just to let you know, we do not irrigate the entire golf course. We only irrigate tees and greens. We don't have enough water to do that. There are systems out there that use gray water. I just don't know that we would have the ability to do that at Packagug.
So it's not something that.
You know,
that
like
the
a lot of
consultants
resorts will do that. They'll use the gray water from the hotels, and they'll use that to irrigate their golf courses.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have a couple questions or comments. My understanding is that the irrigation is all done with well water, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's not, you're not paying for the water, so to speak, right? And what, Mr. Karen, what is the best, I hate to see retained earnings depleted, especially if we're going to start borrowing a lot of money. What is the best balance to leave in retained earnings to cover the golf course if they have a slow year or if there are any issues?
Well, the retained earnings, I'm estimating to be at 1.5 million.
Yep.
For golf. The debt would be an annual amount of 145,000. If we go with the level debt. So the golf course has actually had very good, it's had very good operations over the last several years. The revenues over the expenses, just to give you an idea, is estimated at, for 25, 580,000. 24 was 325, 23 was 395. So I think from what we're seeing in the operations, that the debt can become part of the budget without increasing the fees.
Okay. And basically what you're saying is that's the amount that the golf course made that year, right? So fiscal '25 was $580,000. That would be the profit.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And you're talking about borrowing with a level debt for what term? 20?
For 20 years.
Okay. And is it possible to do, I mean, you're borrowing for one project now, but is the plan to do the irrigation system improvements and the drainage system improvements at the same time?
I think the coordination would be that the drainage would come first, just because of we're anticipating some delays in the irrigation.
So would it make more sense to say, to maybe, well, I take back what I was going to say, forget it. So the drainage would come first, okay?
Given the time frame they've given us for a vendor, I don't know what's changed in a year either. I mean, things could have changed. And also the other thing is typically you do your drainage in the fall when it's dry and the irrigation in the spring when it's wet. But if you opt to do it in the summertime and close down holes, as you might get a vendor right away, because most golf courses want to do these projects either in the spring or the fall. But as far as which comes first, I would do whatever we could get. And if we get the drainage done first, that would just increase our revenue.
Okay. So since we're talking about not, talking about these projects taking a while because we're going to have to get vendors and things like that, and we want to have that authorization to borrow in place so that we can get a vendor, it's possible our retained earnings could increase enough that we wouldn't have to borrow. Could that be a plan also? In other words, if we have an authorization to borrow 2 million, but maybe we're only going to have to borrow 1.5 million because we can there'll be enough money in retained earnings to pay some of the cost up front. Is that a possibility?
I would never recommend using the full amount of the retained earnings. So like right here, if we're saying it's going to be certified at 1.5, we're using 500,000, which would leave us around $1 million.
Right.
We probably could use some of that.
Right.
But I would think we'd want to leave maybe like $500,000 in there.
Yeah, oh no, I absolutely agree with that. And I used to hear that we should leave 750,000 in there. So even in a higher amount, so I'm wondering if 500,000 might be too low, especially if we're going to start doing improvement plans that might impact the number of golfers that we have coming, so might reduce our revenue. But anyway, okay. Yes?
Through the chair, just to clarify, if we do the drainage first, it can be, we'll still go out to bid for the irrigation. And if there's a delay, then maybe we can get the drainage done first. It's not like we're going to do the drainage and wait. We are ready to move on these projects. So
Okay.
just to clarify that.
Okay. All right, thank
And
you.
also, if I may add, the irrigation also includes upgrading the power, which involves National Grid. And I know that they say there's a delay with that too. I don't know what that is.
I have one more question. I know we've probably beaten this to death, but are there any other rehabilitation, any other work that needs to be done in the near future that you anticipate?
Well, we've also hired a golf course architect to draw a master plan to do different projects. We have tees that need to be leveled. We'd like to do more bunkers, put more sand in our bunkers. So there are going to be ongoing projects that we'll be coming back for. But we want to space it out. But the irrigation and drainage is probably the top priority right now.
Do you anticipate those kind of improvements to be capital improvements, or are those smaller dollars that you could potentially use some retained earnings to get done?
Well, we have the plan. The plan's been drawn up. We really haven't had a chance to sit down and discuss how we were going to handle this, the improvements. We haven't met with the committee yet to see if they even want to do these improvements. But we do know that they need to be done. We need more cart paths because we're getting so busy, and carts are everybody wants a golf cart. And even though it's 60 acres, everybody's driving to a tee and to a green. So when they get to that approach area, they're just worn right down. And we've tried using stone dust. It's more work for the staff to maintain that than it would be just to pave it.
Yeah, it would be nice to hear more about that and strategies in the near term so that we can, again, people are interested in these things, and if you're asking for borrowing now, they're going to be wondering where's the next shoe going to drop. And I don't mean that in a judgmental way. It's just, they're concerned about a lot of different things. So it would be great to try and get some of those things moving so that they can be communicated to the public. You can have some meetings and people can understand, what's involved in having a municipal golf course. It's quite involved, and I'm glad that we're seeing a return to the golf course. I've only heard good things, positive things about how it's being run. So kudos to you and your team for doing that and seeing the results pay off.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I'm going to make a motion that we recommend approval on warrant article 20.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to recommend approval on Article 20. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No.
Me.
Okay. Opposed?
Yep.
So we have a
I feel we
4-1.
need more information. It seems to be pretty consistent. I'm not against the project, but I do feel we just asked a bunch of questions, left it open-ended, and we don't have answers.
Right. So Article 21, to see if the town meeting will vote to repurpose the following unexpended CIP funds. I'm not going to read the amounts, I'm just going to read the accounts they're coming from and then the total. The accounts, and we're talking about unexpended CIP funds in Auburn Street design, police station roof, Auburn Middle School feasibility study, high school land acquisition, high school construction, high school land acquisition, and LED streetlights, and that totals $150,000. And to appropriate said unexpended funds to procure engineering services for the design of the Water Street culvert replacement or act on anything relative thereto. Questions?
Madam Chair, are these funds for projects that have already been completed and are just balances left over that were either waiting to be returned to the taxpayer or utilized for other purposes, or are we not doing certain projects to advance this?
I think we bought all the land for the high school, right?
Well, no,
We
I'm
constructed
specifically
it.
talking about the police station roof, the LED streetlights. I understand the high school as well as the Auburn Street design is long since done.
Right.
But, specifically, the LED streetlights or the police station roof specifically, are these just leftover balances from past projects?
Police station roof, through the chair, police station roof, I checked with the police chief, and he said that they had it looked at and inspected, and the roof is in good shape at this point, so they don't need those funds. The LED streetlights, that project has been completed. We received some rebates back, plus there was some bonding proceeds that were remaining, and the rest of the projects have been completed. And I also did approach our financial advisor, made sure that the lifespan of this coordinates well with the project that we're transferring it to, and we got a green light on that.
May I ask, are you saying that because these were borrowed funds? So we need to spend them within a certain amount of time?
Not that we have to spend them within a certain amount of time, but if there are leftover funds, you have to put the proceeds or repurpose them to a comparable project for the same life term or similar.
Thank you.
May I ask a question? In that we just had the high school before us asking for money because of some damage. Why wouldn't these monies, which is $50-odd thousand, go towards maintenance of the high school? Because these funds were directly related to the construction of the project, land acquisition, and, well, we have 2 land acquisitions. Why wouldn't we have used that to help repair what's happening with the canopy? Is it something to do with the canopy?
I mean, we can use those funds for that. We don't necessarily have to use it, a school for a school or the town for the town, but the school had already come forward with a proposal for repurposing some of theirs.
I would just say, again, putting on my hat as a town meeting member of old, they're going to look at this and say, why, this is money directly borrowed or appropriated for the high school, and it's being used for something not even a neighboring street. So, if it was Walsh Ave, somebody might say, oh, well, that makes sense. People are, traversing that. If it was Auburn Street, those type of things. So, again, these are questions that are going to, will bubble up in the public's mind. So I'd rather ask them here so that you're prepared if somebody asks you in the future. Because to me, it would make more sense for us to take the 50-odd and put it towards the building that actually has the problem. And although we call it Swiss today, it was the junior high and middle school for many years. We have a problem. We have $17,000. Why wouldn't we put that towards remediating that issue? And then, again, we wouldn't be taking $150,000. We might have something else.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I was going to ask the same question where, putting on my town meeting hat, I would have asked, at town meeting, why aren't we using these high school funds for the high school roof and using the high school leftover parking lot money for the Swiss parking lot so that we don't take money from their air quality improvements that we hope are going to be covered by ARPA, but might run out of time. So, I mean, those are just questions that I think that you're going to want to answer why you're choosing these funds and other funds.
Yeah,
and not sort of keeping everything together.
I mean, as a note, we're using high school funds to fix the high school. Like,
Right.
if we're looking at Article 4, we're already using excess high school funds to fix that issue.
But they're not really excess.
ma-
They're different. And we also have Auburn Street Design, which is, even though
So-
it really faces Southbridge Street now, it still is 99 Auburn Street.
If I may, I mean, if we were going to close, if we weren't using these funds right now, repurposing them, am I correct in saying we would just close them out to the general fund?
You can't.
Oh, they're borrowed, okay.
If I can.
Yes, go ahead.
So, and maybe I misunderstood, but we met here and we talked about CIP.
Yep.
And we talked about repurposing and closing these accounts and getting them off the books. We can go back and forth on which one should be used for which, but the school is paying for their own. We are trying to close out these accounts. The key is that we can only do it, like Karen said, for like the length of term, like for projects that are the same length of term than what was borrowed. So this was not done overnight or without a lot of thought. It was a lot of thought process to try to meet the needs of the board and also reduce some of these accounts. We shouldn't have all the capital accounts out there. And I'm sure there's maybe some others that we could have repurposed as well. But that was why we did it this way, and we tried to be a little bit more creative, and I do believe I don't know if there's another one, but we tried to be more creative than going out and getting another borrowing and repurposing what we have and cleaning up those accounts.
Yeah, I mean, for my part, I'm supportive of this. There's going to come questions at town meetings, so you're just going to want to be able to answer why you're choosing these accounts versus the other accounts for the others. Because someone's going to say, if you have high school money, why aren't you using high school money? If you have Swiss money, why aren't you using Swiss money? Are you sure the police roof is okay? Because we're worried about our public safety officers. So, I mean, you're just going to want to be able to answer those questions.
This is not coming from oh, wow, this is a bad idea. It's coming from, these are realistic and I think justifiable questions. We don't know if HVAC is going to come in at what we think it is. We hope, but we can't afford to be working on hope. So that's why I say we had, with the Auburn Street design, we had, upwards of $75,000 that we could have put to that purpose and saved as a, potential reserve in case HVAC went back. And there's one thing that I never, ever want to hear is that the police station doesn't need anything in that building, because Lord knows that they may not need a roof today, but they're going to need something in the near future. So, using the 19.7 for that, for me, is just because that building has so many issues. I just wouldn't want to see it used, but anyways. Food for thought going forward.
Any other questions?
I just want to confirm, so this is to fund the design contract that we discussed at our previous meeting for the Water Street culvert. Okay. So there's no other questions. I'll recommend approval of warrant Article 21.
I'll second.
We've got a motion and a second to approve Article 21, or recommend Article 21. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No.
I'm going to abstain.
Abstain. All right, Article 22, to see if the town meeting will vote to approve the Water Street Culvert Replacement Project totaling $1,500,000 and to raise said funds by borrowing payable in not more than the term provided by law and any premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by the vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the cost of issuance of such bonds or notes may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the general laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount or act on anything relative thereto.
So I noticed that the Finance Committee recommended, or did not, is recommending not recommended approval. Sorry, can't get my starting timeline on my, in terms of, and going back to our previous conversation about allocating money and sitting on it, we do not have the design ready in this case. My understanding, if I'm remembering right from our past meeting, was that this design is likely not to be ready for a year, or not ready to be constructed for a year. So why, if we don't have a design, we don't know the true cost, why aren't we waiting until May to do this borrowing when we should have a better idea of what the design looks like and what the actual cost of that is going to be? Because I know that at the last meeting, I asked that you'll consider slip lining or some other, and you said that's going to be a conversation with the consultant. So we don't know what the cost is going to be. Why are we doing this now and not waiting until May?
So when, through the chair, when I had had that conversation with Mass DOT, I wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of what we were looking at for potential costs and for the design and for the construction, as well as if we were to get a design, then we would be ready to award the contract. I didn't have that timeline at the time that I submitted the warrant article. Based on what I found out subsequent to that, I would like to be hopeful, but I would feel comfortable that, we're probably not going to be ready before May to award the contract. So I would be comfortable with postponing this article until to a later time.
So given that, I'm going to join the Finance Committee, I'll make a motion that we recommend not approving this and urge the DPW director to withdraw it on the floor of town meeting.
Would we just defer to the petitioner at that point, or?
I think we should be clear that we should not be doing this because, again, that whole conversation we had about timelines and being responsive, I think we need to be clear that we're recommending that we don't approve this at this point.
We have a motion and a second to not recommend approval on Article 22. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No. Okay.
I would just ask the chair, when we report out at town meeting, in addition to saying that we're not recommending, our recommendation is that we're asking the DPW director to postpone this till the May town meeting, and it's not a reflection on our support or non-support for the project, just so that it's clear that this is just because where we are in the process, and we can explain, the whole design thing.
Yep.
Article 23, to see if the town meeting will vote to appropriate $40,000 from free cash towards the replacement of a groundwater monitoring well, environmental testing, and solid waste advisory services at the former landfill, or act on anything relative thereto. Yep.
We capped this when I was in grammar school. When will the monitoring costs end for this project? Because, I think at some point.
I don't know if it ever does.
What's that?
I'm not sure if it ever does.
I don't think it does either.
Really? So if we ever wanted to do something on that property, we would have to be mindful of, decades of trash. I don't even remember how long it was open. But, it closed when I was a child. So it would seem to me at some point, you have to say, why do we keep spending money monitoring something? Have we identified any hazards to groundwater, to drinking water?
So I'm not aware of any negative test results, but we are required by Mass DEP to keep monitoring and providing those results to them.
You can correct me if I'm wrong. If we ever wanted to build on that site, we would have to go through remediation to cap it. There's a special sleeve you have to put over it in order to construct upon it, and there's certain uses that are allowed and not allowed. But to my knowledge, you're monitoring this in perpetuity.
Yeah, like she's.
Talking to our legislators about this, that's ridiculous. Literally, this dump ended, I wasn't 10 years old. I'm now 52. I think if we haven't found any problems in 40-plus years, I think DEP should follow the reasonableness standard that we hear so much about and say, come on. Because that's a lot of money and if we've had consistently no issues, why are we doing this? What is the exercise for? Obviously, I know you cannot answer because you're not requiring it, but it's something that perhaps we should talk to our legislators about, because it seems excessive. If we have no findings after 40-plus years, like we should be not required to do that. Do it at a less frequent. Bless you.
Thank you. Your motion?
I'll make a motion that we recommend approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to recommend approval. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. Article 24, to see if the town meeting will vote to repurpose CIP funds by amending Article 4 of the May 6, 2025 annual town meeting catch basin truck as follows. Authorize $65,000 to be used for the repair of 2014 International 7000 six-wheel dump/sand plow, number 45, or act on anything relative thereto. Do you want to tell us about it?
Sure. So we received a quote to repair this vehicle. We need this vehicle for snow and ice operations. It has a motor that needs to be replaced, and it is a lot of money. Unfortunately, our next vehicle isn't going to be coming until after after the winter, and we're in a spot where this vehicle is expected to last us at least 5-8 years, and it's our best vehicle aside from the obvious motor issue. At this point, it takes about 2 years to order a vehicle, so we need to fix the ones that we have.
Madam Chair, if I may ask a couple questions.
Yep.
Does this mean we're not purchasing, was this money originally to purchase a brand-new catch basin truck?
Correct.
And do we have existing catch basin trucks?
We do.
And they're operating?
So we have a catch basin truck. It does, it is relatively old.
Bless you.
It is, I'm not sure of the year, but it was evaluated by our mechanic. He is absolutely against getting rid of it because he thinks he believes that it's going to last us a long time, and we're going to be looking to reappropriate the remaining money for the CIP for the catch basin truck, so because we're not going to need to purchase it.
Okay, so, because I believe our cleaning of the catch basins is tied to our MS4 permit.
Correct.
And so we're able to meet the requirements of that with the existing trucks without having to purchase a new one.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask, you only use it, you don't use it a lot. I mean, wouldn't you be able to rent a vehicle in case the catch basin truck went down or out of service?
So we've looked into that, and I think because all the municipalities are in the same boat that we need to clean these basins on a regular basis, I don't think that it would be, feasible. We could probably outsource it and
Yeah.
have a company do it just at a much greater cost.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So I know this was asked at Finance, but I'm going to ask it here again because it is rather unusual to use capital funds for an operational expense. So what is the rationale for that? So this isn't leftover CIP money. Am I hearing that correctly? Because clearly tonight I wasn't following certain things.
I'm sorry, I didn't, this is the leftovers?
So is the money that we're appropriating leftover CIP, or you were anticipating purchasing this and you're not going to purchase it?
Correct. I was anticipating purchasing a new vehicle based on a recommendation from our previous mechanic, and our mechanic now is very comfortable with saying that he can,
Extend its life.
yes. Thank you.
But it is capital funds, and we're using it for an operational expense. So again, I think you're going to get a lot of questions about this, and I have a question about it because I don't think we should be doing that. We should be finding this money. We should be repurposing money. If we have these accounts, as the manager says, we should be taking that money and not using operational. We shouldn't be mixing the two functions, I guess, is my point. But
Well, through the chair, if I could, these actual funds that were in the May of 2025 annual town meeting that were authorized, they weren't authorized to be borrowed, they were tax levy funds. And while I understand what you're saying about the operational versus the capital, this would be an improvement that would last over several years and over the dollar amount that actually is over the threshold that would be considered capital.
But at 8 years, you're 2 years shy of the 10 years that you need.
3 years is considered capital.
Only 3 now?
3 years, $10,000.
Can I just piggyback on that and ask a question? Did we consider use of free cash to repair the dump sand plow number 45 so that we could restore that before the winter, make sure it's operating, and still use the appropriated money to purchase the catch basin truck so that DPW is receiving the benefit of both vehicles that I think we've intended them to have?
Through the chair, we did have several discussions about that, And we have, obviously, you've seen our free cash requests already. So we were looking into the best way to pay for this expense. And because we don't need the catch basin truck repair the way it was anticipated back in May when we had a previous person look at it, we thought the best way would be to reappropriate it because we don't need that anymore at that level. So it was, to us, it made sense. It's, again, DPW, again, it's a truck. So we're trying to keep it in the same area versus tap into any more free cash. And it's tax levy.
Do I hear a motion?
I would like to hold it and think about this a little further. If people are willing to do so. If they're not, I can abstain, but.
I'm willing to hold it tonight because I'm inclined, and this is going to be a preview of a later agenda item, I'd be inclined not to support this. Because I think we are taking too much from DPW time and time again. And I think we need to start focusing on providing DPW the resources they need to provide the level of service and upkeep our infrastructure that I don't think is happening right now. And I think that's the biggest complaint that I get from residents. So I would not support, stealing from Peter to pay Paul and DPW. I'd rather use free cash, which we seem to be spending on other avenues to make DPW whole with both vehicles.
It's up to the
We
rest.
need a motion?
I'd ask that we hold it.
Do I hear a motion that we will make a recommendation at a later date?
Seconded.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
I'll second.
Yep.
Sorry, I thought Steve had made the motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Okay. Article 25, in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 114, Section 34, we seek the Town of Auburn inhabitants' vote to authorize the establishment of a new private cemetery to be located at 0 Cemetery Road on the site of an undisclosed, unauthorized, now abandoned landfill. And et cetera. Funding, as this is a private cemetery, and as is presented in the warrant, funding, as this is a private cemetery, there is no cost to the taxpayers of Auburn. Approvals have been obtained from the Auburn Planning Board, the Auburn Conservation Commission, the Auburn Zoning Board, the Auburn DPW. Approval from the Auburn Board of Health is ongoing and is expected before the fall special town meeting. This is a citizen's petition.
So can I just ask a couple questions? I'm not sure if it was Director Coyle or Dr. Menard. This was held last time because they hadn't received all of their approvals. Does it look like they will have all of their approvals in hand by town meeting?
Thank you very much for the question. So yes, at the time that the warrant articles were submitted, the review process with the Board of Health was still happening. So that's why it's written that way. The Board of Health had a public hearing a couple weeks ago, and we went through the review process, and the Board of Health has issued approval. So the paperwork and the plans and so forth, we're finalizing all the details, but we should have a written approval for the petitioner.
So whenever this is presented to town meeting, I think it's gonna be important that we explain that they have all their approvals in hand now. And if I remember right from when I attended some of the ZBA meetings for Perry Place, this was also on one or two of the agendas. And they had, they're essentially cleaning up. They're paying to clean up what is I think an illegal landfill or dump. So they're actually doing a service for the community that is saving us from having to do it. So I'm inclined to recommend approval, knowing they have all permits in hand and all approvals in hand, and they are providing, a true service to the community, separate of the cemetery.
Quick question. The Board of Health had a consultant, correct, who went through this project, and this went through, I know there was some questions about the sensitivity of how the faith-based group was burying their burial rights, essentially. And can you just give a brief overview of how this is, was improved and what recommendations the consultant that your board contracted with came up with?
Sure. So this, as been stated, it is a area of land that was had a old landfill back from, I want to say, the 60s, 70s. So it was a landfill, illegal landfill, for many, many years. The town didn't have knowledge of it until actually we went out to do site testing. At that time, the property owner had to contract with a licensed site professional to address the concerns that were there. So he hired a professional to start that process, and that was ongoing for the past several years. So this plan, although this warrant article is for the approval of the cemetery, there's actually the approval of the cemetery project, but parallel to that is that landfill getting capped. So it is going to be a beneficial use for that parcel. And because of the two, I'm going to say, parallel proposals that are happening, the town did hire our own licensed site professional and professional engineer, and they are familiar with the town. It's actually the same consultant, Sanborn Head, that we utilize for the town's own landfill. So it's a consultant that we have confidence in. They were extremely helpful, providing advisement to the Board of Health, and came up with recommendations to handle how we move forward. So those recommendations include working with the DEP requirements for the actual landfill. So there is something similar that you mentioned earlier. There is certain amount of testing of monitoring wells and so forth. That part is incorporated into the approval. And then to your point about this proposed cemetery was originally proposed as a green cemetery, where there's certain practices that require the green cemetery to have the contact of the body with the actual earth. There's a certain way that they have to face the sun. So there's certain religious rites that are followed. However, knowing that there were private wells in the area, and having enough setback distances, there were discussion items with the property owner, and they did come to the table and make some changes that would work for both their religious beliefs and also satisfying the protections that we needed for the private wells in the area. So it really has been, it's been a long, thoughtful process, and we feel that our town consultant has helped us tremendously to get to this point. So hopefully that answers all of your questions.
One last, were there any objections from any abutters? I didn't notice anybody at the public hearing, and I didn't hear any objections raised, but I just wanted to ask, so that's out in the public record.
Sure. For the, I can speak for the Board of Health hearing, and we did not have any objections. I think we had a comment from one of the utility companies to identify where the proposed project was, because in that area of town, there's easements for the utility lines. So there was a inquiry about that, and we provided information. But for the Board of Health hearing, we did not have any objections.
Make a motion, we recommend.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to recommend article number
25.
25. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No. Okay, recommend. Last article, number 26. I move that the town meeting vote to accept Whitman Bailey Drive in its entirety as a public way as shown on the plan prepared by Leonard Engineering, Inc., entitled Windmill Estates, dated April 8th, 2015, and recorded at the Worcester District Registry of Deeds, Plan Book, 56992, page 139, containing 53 pages. The length of Whitman Bailey Drive would be approximately 960 feet by a citizen's petition.
I have,
Go ahead.
yeah, I was going to say, I watched the planning board meeting, and if I remember correctly, I was on the planning board the last time this came to us. And it seems like, and you know, I would look to Dr. Menard and Director Paquin to confirm this, based on, one, the planning committee had a discussion, but they did not have a public hearing. And during that discussion, what came out appeared that the road is not built to the standards that are in our 2015 subdivision guide. The petitioner who was there representing them was aware that it wasn't built to code, but thought because the total number of I think it didn't have a 12-inch base, a 2.5 binder, and 1.5 top. It had some different configurations. She was under the impression that that was fine. And I just want to confirm that we want the street built to those bases. And if that can be or has been communicated to the petitioners to date.
It was communicated to them a couple of years ago, and they're well aware of what our expectations are. There are other issues, several issues aside from how it was built, but.
The other issue is my understanding is that at the end, it's a dead-end road, and that the way that they've constructed it, a ladder truck is not able to go down, make the turn, and come back out.
That's
another issue.
The chief did go down there, and he can get access with his fire truck, so he did do that recently, so that's okay.
Okay, so he was able to get through with the ladder truck the way it is now?
Yeah.
Okay. The other concern is that, am I correct in saying that there's a culvert underneath where the street meets Prospect? There's a culvert underneath that right now the residents of that street own and have to maintain. And if this was accepted, we're not only accepting the street, but we're accepting maintenance of and upkeep of the culvert. Is that correct?
Correct. So it would be on my understanding that we would be taking over not only the street, but also the drainage infrastructure in a typical subdivision. And I think that back at that time, we would require funding for the upkeep of the detention basin that, because this was going to be a private development that was never done as well.
So are they aware of, one, all of these deficiencies, but two, that if the town were to accept it, we would be looking for funds from them to fix what's wrong and to maintain it? Because it seems like from the conversation that took place at the planning board, the residents, it's a 55-plus community. When they bought it, some thought they were buying a public way, some knew they were buying a private way. They've realized that they don't have the capability or means to maintain a road and a culvert, and they're looking basically to have it be a public way so that it's the responsibility of the town now and not them. Are they aware that we would be looking for those excess funds from them above their tax payments, which is what they kept relying on?
Don't believe that item has come up to date, having them pay those funds.
So are you saying that, I'm sorry, are you saying they're not aware of that?
Of that item, I don't think that's been discussed.
I will say, the citizen has been before the board, I don't know if it was this full board, but before the board before, and I do believe we made it pretty clear that they would have to bring it up to code before we could accept it. And I don't know if he thinks this is a way around that.
So although he's submitted this, I don't know the resident's name. It was a new resident who was taking the lead for their HOA. It wasn't, I don't think it's this gentleman that actually submitted the petition. He wasn't the one that attended and was answering questions.
I've spoken to 2 or 3 different residents of that community. This John Headley has been doing the petition. Someone else was at the planning board meeting the other day. And I believe there was somebody you're referencing, I don't recall his name, who's also been involved.
There was also a lot of confusion at that meeting. It seemed that the resident who was coming and leading the thing did not have a lot of the information, she was referencing conversations that they had with the director that made it seem like it was okay. And I know Chairman Regan and other members of the planning board were pushing back pretty hard on the fact that no, it's, not built up to standard, not built up to code. I would just ask that maybe there needs to be organized by the town manager, a meeting with them to understand, here's all the issues. Here's everything the town would be looking for if we were to take over this road. And, maybe it's something where they say, okay, never mind, or they say, yes, we want to push forward and support that.
I have begun preparing an updated response to what they have given the planning board as to what they think is acceptable and what they think they've done. So I'm working on that. That'll be ready. There'll be the public hearing for this will be on October 14th, so that'll be done on the next one.
When is it going to be?
Sorry.
When is the public hearing?
October 14th.
I'm thinking there should be, I would ask that the administration consider a meeting with them in advance of even that public hearing to make sure they have all the information and it doesn't become a contentious issue before the planning board, where the planning board's put in the position where they have to explain all of this stuff, that it can be explained in advance.
Through the chair, Mr. Heedy, I think he had reached out to me recently, and I think we were planning on meeting this Friday to discuss these issues. There might be a conflict, so we're looking to schedule that meeting to discuss the DPW portion of it.
It might be a good idea I know you've done this in a couple other issues that we've had with developers, or to have everybody in the room, fire, police, DPW, planning, building inspector, and say, here's all the issues, and get it all out.
Absolutely.
I do have questions, and thank you for answering my questions earlier today. Anybody who lives in that neighborhood should be afraid that an HOA is responsible for that level of, the fact that they actually got an approval at any time is disturbing, because who in their right mind would expect citizens, and even if you take it that 10 of them were developers or you can't count on that level of expertise for decades. Is there any way that we can work through our own bylaws to ensure that this does not happen again? Because these residents, rightly, wrongly, are pursuing this process. But honestly, we can talk about the buyer beware, but, you don't know, none of us can know what they were told. But honestly, as a government organization, if there's something that we can do to prevent this type of development to be built in the future, we should be doing that, because that is insane to expect people to have responsibility for that. I mean, it goes beyond what an HOA should be expected to do. So, but absolutely, I agree with Mr. Crane. They do need to understand that, you know, I've heard them mention Booth Road. Booth Road was part of Hilltop Farm Estates. I was on the planning board when we approved it. If that road was not built to town standards, that wasn't because that's how the planning board approved it. That was because of something that happened between approval, the necessary inspections that may or may not have happened. But, you know, you can talk about Kelly Street. Kelly Street has been in existence since the carts were here. Whitman Bailey Road is within 10 years. No waiver should be given for any road with or sidewalks, because this is what happens. You get people telling them, the developer who takes his money and runs, and says, oh, you'll be fine. But from a town perspective, we have to protect ourselves, because 99% of the time, like Old Cot Road, sat there for 30 years, one house a friggin' year. 30 years later, the developer says, I'm not doing anything. And then the town is responsible. So as you advise our boards and commissions, please make it clear that, no, if you're developing in town, it has to meet subdivision standards, or you don't get to build. That is a waiver that should not be issued. Sidewalks, pavement. And then 10 years after they come in and the road starts, you know, going to hell, at least we have something, and we're not sitting here having to ask the DPW director to go out there and do a core of a friggin' road. You know, it's just, this is preventable, and, you know, it's unfortunate that it got approved, but if there's anything that we can do bylaw-wise sooner rather than later, I would like to see professional staff draft it and let's get it on the books, because this should never have happened. You know, and I'm not blaming anybody, I'm just saying it's, you know, it's insanity to expect residents who might not even know where their shutoff switch is to be responsible for sewage, on top of the fact that they're surrounded by an existing neighborhood. If those systems fail, who's going to pay for it? The residents who live there. Not just Whitman Bailey Drive, but the people who've lived on Prospect Street. And we might end up with some god-awful environmental problem that, you know, now we'll spend another 50 years getting, you know, monitoring. So I feel for the residents, because I feel like they paid an awful lot of money to live in this neighborhood. And now they're being asked to become, you know, experts at something that is unrealistic and is dangerous for them as residents and dangerous for the neighborhood that they are in. So from a liability standpoint, you know, it's troubling. So I would make a motion that we not recommend approval for this, because I don't think, you know, they can ask a town meeting to continue to, you know, May. Hopefully they'll have what they need, but I don't think we should recommend it, because it's not suitable for a public road, and it's very different than any other road that we've asked town meeting, at least that I can recall.
Second.
Okay, for discussion, please, I still have some questions. In what way is the road not sufficient?
There were several waivers given. The road length is longer than normal.
Longer than normal? You mean wider?
Longer. Instead of 800 feet,
Regulated
it's
to have a
800.
certain length.
For a cul-de-sac.
For a cul-de-sac.
Okay.
Sidewalks, they only have it on one side. They do not have granite curbs in all the places you normally have granite curbs. Yeah, they add a Cape Cod berms in places, and the pavement thickness is not what is standard.
And what is the width of the road?
Sorry?
What is the width of the road?
If I can read these plans.
I believe it is about 24 feet. So the width is consistent.
Adequate? potentially, but the width needs to meet. Because again, we have emergencies, we have everything else. People need to be able to get out while the other people are running in. So, 24 feet should be 26 to me, but people change things when they leave, so. But yeah, I would recommend that we not, because it just isn't suitable for a public road right now. And I feel for the residents, but there's work to be done. I think staff is prepared to help them through the process because, again, it's a kind of a weird process that I couldn't explain it if I had to. I certainly wouldn't want to have to take responsibility for actually carrying it out. So whatever you can do to help them through the process, I'd appreciate it. But that's my motion, that we not recommend this.
So we have a motion and a second to not recommend Article 26. All in favor? Aye. And I'm opposed.
I'm just going to abstain.
So 3-1-1. All right, going back to our agenda. We're looking at number 10, town manager items, the request of the town manager for Board of Selectmen budget priorities for fiscal year 2027.
Thank you. Through the chair, I wanted to have a discussion with the board. It can be tonight or it can be at our next meeting on what the board's budget priorities are for fiscal year 27. We are working on the CIP budget right now and we'll be starting the operating budget very soon. And I would like to know if you could provide me priorities as you've done previous administrations.
I'll kick us off, if it's okay, Madam Chair. I've already got started on the warrant articles, but my main priority in the past, as both a town meeting member and a select board member, I've supported the fire department, adding staff, adding needed infrastructure. I've supported the police with adding staff, adding needed infrastructure at the time with their vehicles, et cetera. I think the number one complaint that I hear from residents time and time again, and that I experience myself, is our infrastructure, our upkeep, our roads, our sidewalks. We've now seen, an issue with the Water Street culvert being shutting down, a roadway, or at least half a roadway. I know, anyone that takes a walk and looks at some of our other dams and culverts, there's issues there. There does not seem to be, that I can find in the CIP, any planning for both monitoring, short-term maintenance, and long-term replacement of those infrastructures. So I'd like to see that in the CIP, and then a combination of both. I wish Superintendent Fairbanks was here. I can ask Director Paquin, but in terms of the amount of employees the DPW has that works on the streets, the signs, the potholes, the pavement markings, taking care of the grounds, getting pulled away to do special projects at Camp Gleason or at the park, or build something within the library to expand the children's room. Those employees are getting pulled in every direction possible. They're also, replacing the sunken storm drains that aren't part of a larger project. And I don't think that there's been enough attention given towards DPW's budget when it comes to vehicles, equipment. We've not seen a consistent CIP item supporting them for that. It's been here or there. We've pulled money out of the roadways to support the treasurer's office, knowing that we were getting money from the state, but it'd be really great if we had our own money plus the state. Our roadway plan has gone from a 20-year plan to a 40-year plan to a 90-year plan. We need to get back to the 20-year plan, and we need to find a way to invest in our DPW, increase their manpower so that they can better provide the services. And if we can't increase their staffing levels, then we need to stop committing them to special projects that are better done by contractors so that they can focus on the core values and their core services that our residents expect and are complaining about because they're not getting. So DPW, DPW, DPW are my my focus.
Thank you.
Like I'm in a revival meeting. I couldn't agree more with Mr. Crane. I feel like a couple of things. So I know we had an issue with surveying, not having a standing and advance contract with a surveyor. I think we need to start looking at putting advance contracts in place so that when situations happen, because a culvert will fail, we can't wait 2 years. That is a major road in town. People think it's not used. It's used a lot. It's not necessarily by the residents, but it's a main way that people get from the east side of town to the west side of town. So it is not this underutilized road that some are suggesting it is. On top of the fact that we shouldn't be sending people, Meadow Road or street, whatever it is in terrible condition. It should, if we're going to detour people, we should be doing an overlay there so that at least the pavement is smooth. There's a couple of, catch basins that are, finding their way, gravity is taking hold. These are the type of things that we need to address, and if we're going to be detouring people, I certainly don't want you getting calls 15 times a day because somebody lost a tire in the catch basin. Because the road on Meadow Street especially, in Shirley, I think, they're very narrow streets, and the line and how they line up is not great. So, if we're going to start looking at these, and detouring people, we should be looking at improving that road so that the residents, actually get a benefit, not just 200 extra cars going by their house. So if you could look at that, but I agree with Mr. Crane. I think we've come to a tipping point where it looks good on the balance sheet, but it doesn't look good on the real sheet, which is, there's a lot of sidewalks. I've noticed even Mass DOT is not cutting back the growth. I mean, some sidewalks in town, you can't even walk on them. So then you're forcing people into streets, which Hampton Street, I don't want anybody walking in the street because the street is too narrow, it's too heavily traversed, somebody's going to get picked off. And there's a lot of feeder roads into Hampton Street. So it's not just you have to worry about the people on Hampton Street, you're not going to worry about the people on Kimball trying to beat the light at Central Square. You got to worry about the other two streets, and of course you have, the church right there, which is, and Pappas Park. These are huge volume generators. So I agree with you that we need to start looking at staffing at that department especially, and whether you have to hire some people, some landscaping firms, again, advanced contracts to do some of those things. You have a 50-acre parcel sitting at the bottom of South Old Road. I have not gone over there recently, but it used to be a forest, and it will become a forest very quickly if we don't maintain it. And I don't think we spent $3 million to have a forest over there. So we want to make sure, but we can't, keep expecting the impossible out of the staff. I know the golf course requires a tremendous amount of their effort. This is an enterprise account. Why aren't those costs being borne by the enterprise instead of asking our regular staff to do that? That's why we have that money, so that that resource isn't pulling from other people. We have, if Mrs. Jacobson was here, she would tell you, we can't subsidize out of the trash account because not everybody takes trash. Well, not everybody golfs, so why are we subsidizing golfers? I want it to be, is a great asset. You've done a phenomenal job. The town has done a phenomenal job up there. I'm glad that it's back to a vibrant part of, our community. But again, any other enterprise, that money should be captured within that. The full amount of the cost of that project should be borne by that enterprise, not by the taxpayers. And that is what's happening because they don't have that staff. So, you should be looking at that as well to see how you can keep the golf course in the pristine condition it's in, but not subsidize it with tax dollars. And that can in turn free up money to hire people to do a lot of other things. But, you know, we ask a lot of our staff, and we do ask that they be perfect 100% of the time. And gosh, you know, they left that wrapper, you know, whatever. But, you know, we're very fortunate in the people that we have. Most of them are very hardworking, and they're a credit to the organization. And I would like to see the public, you know, we all can complain, but it'd be nice if, you know, you get an attaboy every now and again, because I think, you know, you guys do deserve it. And, you know, from my perch up here, I see how hard you work. So it doesn't go unnoticed by me, even sometimes when I lose my temper, but I do appreciate what you all do, and I know it's a difficult job. So thank you for that.
I agree with my fellow colleagues about DPW.
All right, here's the truth. Keep the budget flat. How we get there, we can't support everything. But no, ideally, I'd love that. Obviously, we have a lot of services that we need, and we need to support a lot of services in greater depth than we have before. I think one of the things that I've always said, in addition to the roads, but technology, and what are we supporting technology-wise that will, I think we heard it tonight, tracking, timing, follow-up, communication. What do we have in technology-wise that will get that information out to the residents so we all know what's going on, not just if you attend the meetings. Also, the accountability aspect of that too. Transparency opens up some of that. Sometimes it's just communication. Obviously, we can't always get the services from outside, and we need to communicate that. But I think having the foresight to say these are the contracts we're putting in place, so we have that readily available should something come up. One of the things, and I'm not positive on all the aspects, but I do hear, not just in the DPW world, but consultants hiring professionals from outside. I don't know if we can call that out in each group's budget and find out what we're spending on outside assistance. And is that the best use? I mean, sometimes the expertise is absolutely needed, but if we find out we could actually hire somebody in-house to do that at a different cost. I don't know if it's called out on everything. I do know we're $150,000 for engineering on something. I believe we have 3 town engineers. Is a 4th one needed? And would that free up some time? I don't necessarily want to dedicate all the staff to project-related work, but I think we need to know what that number is and whether a line item for each group is called out for outside consulting or some sort of fees. We can have that knowledge where we can assess maybe we are overworked, or, you know, would be better utilized, because we can control that more than we can control the contractors. So technology is huge. Besides, you know, roadways, I'd love to see what we're doing in that avenue and where we're gaining efficiencies on that. I'd like to also continue to see where we stand on the CIP and the outstanding or previous projects. I appreciate that you have brought projects forward. I know it's concerning that the money's out there for decades. So hopefully that doesn't happen again, but also understanding and maybe a little bit more knowledge in some of those. I think I'm getting off track for budget priorities, sorry. I'd love to try to be as flat as possible, and that's while achieving those things, but other things are going to have to suffer. I don't know exactly what those are. I know we have a little bit of reprieve with some of the grants that we've received for fire department, but in 3 years, we're going to be on the hook for a lot of that money. So if we're not planning for that now, we're going to get hit really hard in that first year especially. I believe the police department also has had a few new hires or has some grants that will be on the books, but we need to understand what that looks like and what services are underutilized or not as required. But again, the priorities, I think, are roadways and, in my mind, technology to make us more efficient in the future.
When I say DPW, I also mean, they have the phenomenal, building program that they have. I mean, it makes sense if you have, and I can only imagine what kind of projects have been neglected over the years, just because you can't get to them. Looking to grow that aspect of DPW as well, because again, there's a lot of cost savings, and to your point, Mr. Chambers, we have the ability to schedule them, and obviously can't do it for everything. That's where you do the advanced contracts, just so that when problems come up, you're already prepared for success. But we do have to make hay while the sun shines, because we are looking at, it's great that the SAFER grant got approved, but there's an end of the rainbow, and we got to figure out how we can pay for that. And if we have some slack now to help out, but we got to keep an eye on that too, as to what's the best strategy.
Yeah. And I support everything my fellow colleagues have said, but I want to be very clear when I'm talking about DPW. I'm not talking about extra engineers. I think, we have an assistant town engineer who has a foundation in stormwater. We have an assistant town engineer that has a foundation in civil engineering and construction management. We have Director Paquin, who is a professional engineer. We're hiring a fourth engineer, I assume, to take Nick's former place. So we'll have 4 engineers. I'm talking about the frontline crews that are out there mowing the lawns, hanging the signs, painting the roads, taking care of the parks, building the, Camp Gleason, building, the library addition, those frontline, fixing the potholes, plowing the streets, doing those core hands-on services, the frontline people, just like when I talked about, or when we support staff for the, for the police department, we weren't talking about extra lieutenants as much as we love our lieutenants and our sergeants. We were talking about patrolmen who were in the community doing the traffic enforcement that our residents want. I think the focus needs to be on those frontline DPW employees that are doing the core services that our residents expect, demand, and want to see done. They're manning the catch basins. They're doing the street sweepings. I mean, the amount of stuff that we're asking them to do and pile on to them is too much. And I think we've seen a breaking point over the last year.
I agree and disagree. So what I'm going to say is, I don't want town administration to look at the forest floor and not look at the canopy. I want you to look at the organization, see what's needed in the long term, and make investments. I think we are critically low on getting, the what we consider routine tasks done. But I don't want to see, if we're going to ask anybody to start looking at organizations, I want them to look at the forest floor and the canopy and every branch in between. Because if we're going to ask people for more money in their taxes, I want the town manager, whoever that may be at the time, the CFO, the DPW director, Mrs. Coyle's never leaving. We know that. She's going to be buried in the basement. We've got a crypt already. Adam, we don't know about you. You might want to be buried in the basement. I don't know. But, we need to make sure that we're doing a 360, because we need to be planning for the future. We have been asking them to do more. There are more needs than any of us know. So yeah, it's great that the street is swept, but if the building's falling down around the employees' ears, that doesn't help me. So that's my only comment, is I want them to be doing a 360, making good recommendations based on, just like we heard tonight. Every question we had, with a few that, we want more information, the town manager gave us excellent answers. The staff gave us excellent answers. Town meeting is going to want even more answers, so you're going to be glad that we were nice tonight, because we're asking for a lot of money and people are not seeing it in their wallets. But we also have to be good stewards of everything that we have. And we're going to try and do that while not necessarily getting a flat budget, but as close as we can while delivering the services in the most cost-effective way.
Is it? Okay, thank you. I think that we need to remember that our schools need to be properly funded so that they can succeed. And they're certainly facing challenges and rising costs, but we need to be able to support them. And I agree with my fellow board members about the DPW. I mean, I think we're trying to repair roads in 2025 with 2020 money. I mean, we need to take a hard look at the costs to that it takes to repair these roads, all right? I think they've risen dramatically, and we need to take a look at that. And I think we should take a look at how we're allocating free cash, how our financial policies set that up. Maybe it's time to change the way, maybe it's time to change that percentage that we're doing to provide more money for DPW.
Another thing that I forgot to mention is, I know we talked about it when Karen was here before, but I think we need to revisit our CIP trust fund. Again, while we have some available slack potentially in the budget, it reached its zenith 20 years ago. To your point, all of these costs are going up. So it makes sense to not just think about stabilization, not just think about OPEB, but think about adding money on an annual basis so that when things get hairy and we can't appropriate money and we can't ask the taxpayers, we have reserves in there that we can keep up with our capital. Nothing's perfect, but at least we're preparing for the future. I think that's a policy that needs to be revisited because, I mean, I think Ed was in his 40s when that reached its zenith, and he's a little older now, so I think it's time for a little more money in that as we have the opportunity to do it.
Thank you very much. That's very good. And it's interesting as you guys, each of you are talking, I agree with all of you. And I feel like we're all, and I think even the people here, we're all sort of on the same page. We do understand where we're falling short. We also appreciate you recognizing that, we work really hard, but it's, we have to look at sustainability and the timing it's taking for things to get done and appropriating staff to do special things. Once I learned about that like a couple months ago, I was shocked. And I'm like, well, that's why some things aren't getting done. So I'll definitely work with the DPW director. We've talked about it several times. And we'll bring a nice budget to you with these priorities in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one other one, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Are you really sorry?
I'm a little sorry, but I'm not really that sorry. Auburn Youth and Family Services, I've asked every single year, the only 2 years I've been here, if we were giving them enough money. What came out through the warrant article process for, they unfortunately did not get enough signatures, is that in fact, we have not been giving them enough money. The amount of money that we're allocating is not actually as much as they're spending providing the services to the town. So I'd like us to take a look at that and work with them to see if there is a way for us to actually pay the fair amount that we're actually utilizing in services from them.
Thank you through the chair, thank you for bringing that up. It is true. I was notified about a month or two ago that AYFS provides services to the school department, but only paid a portion of them. So they tried to get a warrant article and they missed the number of signatures. I've done outreach to Sally and also the chair, sorry, I forgot his name. And we're going to meet and talk about the shortfall because we do have opportunities with our opioid funds. A lot of the work that's being done in our schools is for prevention and support of the children and their families. So I've done some research with that on the state level. I can't go back, but I can go forward. So I am working with them on that. So thank you for bringing that up.
We have adjusted the money. We
Yes.
have adjusted the money. Keep in mind, most of that money is youth commission grant funds. So we're not doing more for our kids as a group. We have for years taken whatever the youth commission has been allotted and turned that over to youth and family. So, that's another area that I think we need to look at. how we can. And if the schools need more resources for counseling, then we should be looking at doing that, because it's a heck of a lot easier for the kids to get pulled out of a class to have counseling. It would be great that some of the, professionals that are already working in our schools could put on some of these programs, but, we've never been able to give them, they've always provided more services. And whatever we find for them, I will tell you next year, they will tell us that the need is still beyond what they're getting, because the need seemingly is bottomless. So I think, the school department knows its business. I'm certainly not advising them on anything, but if there's, behavioral health, if we can prevent a tragedy from happening, whether, in someone's private home or, God forbid, in one of our public buildings, we need to really think about that. I mean, we see how bad off these kids are, and it's astonishing to me. I mean, I went through all the public schools, and it never occurred to me, that how this generation of kids have so many unmet mental health needs. So, I mean, I think the school committee can advocate for itself, but I'm willing to listen to add positions, because I think it's easier for students to be in the school is a safe place for them, hopefully, so that they can get services during the school day, and it's not an additional, lift that they have to do in their day.
Thank you. Okay. So looking at the next item, we have information and communication regarding our town manager's goals and objectives for fiscal year 2026 with a possible board vote.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have reviewed the goals and objectives that were provided to me back in July, and I'm confident that I will be able to fulfill those goals. There's two goals that are like. One is plan of action for planning, business development, and growth, and the other is economic development plan and how to support boards. I do see those as very common. They have commonalities, and I'm not sure. I've spoken to my new assistant town manager, and although I want to build on an additional plan, I also want to work within the plans that we have and execute some of the things, the low-hanging fruit per se, that are on the current plans we have, working with the existing staff that we have that have some expertise. So that's the only change that I would recommend, is that it may not be a written plan by the end of the fiscal year, but I'll know a lot more at the end of the fiscal year if there's a plan needed.
Madam Chair, if I may. Sure. I'm not sure if I was responsible for number 2 or number 3. I know one of those was mine. It is not my intent for us to do another plan that sits on the shelf. My goal in mentioning a plan of action or an economic development plan was for our staff to take all of the great plans that we have and implement them, and work with bringing in developers, and work with identifying 40B parcels, and going out and actively getting those developers to the table to talk about those parcels, rather than buying a parcel in the middle of a neighborhood that doesn't want a 40B development, or looking at bringing in other types of businesses so we have new growth, so we can reduce the impact on our current taxpayers. It was not, when I spoke of a plan of action, it was not to do another plan. It was to actually, take action and implement something.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, and our next item is we have the EOHLC certification for safe harbor for the town of Auburn, and this is very good news.
Madam Chair, did you want us to vote on any of these?
No. Do we need to?
I think we need to I believe we have
Okay.
to take a vote,
Then I'll entertain a motion.
but I don't know if.
Well,
Have to.
No, the vote
Not
was to approve
necessary.
or not approve town manager goals.
Oh,
Yeah,
I mean, it's
call for a
probably
vote.
best if we
Yeah, do we
approve
give-
them.
For clear direction.
All right,
I'll make a motion to approve the town manager goals and objectives for FY26.
before we do I would just, because it is now September, I would rather not have goals for the first year, because it's, we're already a quarter through it. If the town manager wants to work on these things, and she has some direction from us, I would just assume, unless, as we negotiate the new evaluation, goals were specifically excluded from the score. Because prior boards would give the manager a 5-year project and then want to grade them every year, which makes no sense. So I would just ask that she's identified what she can work on. Let's let her do that. And then in year 2, we can sit down with her and set some goals.
Well, I guess I would defer to the town manager. Do you want to vote so you have something formal, or are you good to go? I think we
Honestly,
defer to you.
I'm good to go. I've been working on all of them anyway, so, thank you.
I have more if you want me to add more.
I have more too.
But I heard that 2 of them were very similar, so you got a lot more time on your hands.
All right,
for when
so
we set
our next
goals.
item is from the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, and it's good news.
It is good news. So we just received a letter from the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities that put us in safe harbor. And the reason we are in safe harbor is our planner had applied to the EOHLC and provided them documentation about what the town has been doing as it relates to affordable housing. And with the influx, we fell within this specific part of the law that allows us a temporary safe harbor. So they have announced it from July 21st, 2025 to July 20th, 2026, that we are in safe harbor status. But you have to know that if anything drops off, then that could be reduced, and that's definitely a possibility. And also, just so you know, in regards to outreach, I did outreach to Michael Busby from Mass Housing to see if he was going to continue to go through with Athens Street site visit, not Athens, Wallace Street site visit. He hasn't gotten back to me yet. And I've also notified all the residents from Athens and Wallace Street so that they have an understanding of what's going on. They had a lot of questions, so I was able to answer them with the expertise of my staff. So we're hoping that we have this reprieve, and, well, it looks like we have this reprieve. And in the meantime, I've been speaking with my planner and also my assistant town manager about trying to make more of a concerted effort to find properties that we would welcome 40B housing on. I know it's a short time frame. We're well aware of that, but when I said we have other priorities, that is a priority of mine because the continued penetration into our neighborhoods is just not something that I'm happy with, and I know they're extremely unhappy, and I don't blame them. So we are going to do all we can to try to work within the plans we have, identify properties, see what we can offer, and get some affordable housing in places that's a little bit more acceptable.
Great, thank you. So you had a public meeting with residents at Wallace Ave and Athens Street. How did you do that?
I sent them all, I have
Oh, okay.
emails of all of them, so it's easy to communicate with them.
Great, so you sent the emails.
Yeah.
So can we explain, so what does that mean then for the Wallace Ave project? Can you just explain?
I can explain it as best as I can, and Adam can jump in if I'm incorrect, but the state still has the ability to issue an LEP, and they're doing a site visit, I think next week. They could continue to do that, or they could wait. I'm assuming they're going to continue to do that, and once they're issued this, then that's good for 3 years. So there's no reason for them not to have it unless the developer wants them to wait. I'm not sure he's going to do that, so. But for 3 years, and we only have a 2-year, so in 2 years, there's a very good chance these will all start back up.
What does it look like for the ZBA, I guess?
No.
What does it look like for the ZBA?
What
So they get the eligibility letter, they file. What is the, Does the ZBA have to hold a hearing, advertise and all that good stuff?
We already informed both developers that we received the certification, so they can still apply, if they get the eligibility letter, they can still apply to the ZBA for a comprehensive permit, but ZBA can deny based on this letter if the letter is still good, from 1 to 2 years, depending on the situation. If they fall off, if the units fall off after a year, then it's only good for a year if they don't fall off. So it's a little variable, but yes, they can still apply, and we just didn't think it was fair to the developer not to alert them, because it does cost them money and all that to go through the process.
But we were clear with the abutters that this is a temporary reprieve.
They are well aware. Yes.
This may be, or they still may get a notice if a developer wants to be, and, they may or may not, but ultimately, the ZBA can entertain that, correct? Any of those projects, despite the fact that we have safe harbor.
Correct.
So my understanding is that if the developer files, the ZBA is still forced to go through the 40B process. They can now, though, deny based on local precedents, outweighing regional preferences. But in my experience and in my understanding of looking at everything, it's more likely that they're going to get their approval from the state and then wait for this to expire. So it'd be good for us to do our due diligence and try to find some 40B projects that are more palatable and advance those. So hopefully we can keep making progress towards our 10% and not just sort of sit back for 2 years and then get hit in the head in year 3.
And is that something that the town would work with a property owner to seek developers who are interested in developing 40Bs? Is that a thing?
Yes, absolutely. Once we can determine which properties are most conducive for this type of thing, we can absolutely seek out developers and attorneys that work with developers and real estate agents, and we can work with all of them to see if we can try to get, obviously, like a mixed use would be perfect if you have retail on the bottom and housing on the top. Those are very popular right now still, so that's the type of thing I would look forward.
My last comment is, we have some sizable parcels. If they become available, I would like to see town administration pursue purchasing these parcels. Athens Street is an ideal location for trails. Beautiful piece of property, would be perfect. Wallace Ave, if we could get the water district to buy it, that would be great. But, if we have some of these properties in town that might be suitable for recreation, I think Athens Street truly would be a value add, and it would be a great thing for us as we are trying to get these developers, as well as existing residents who, at least in the meetings that I've been through the various planning processes, they want a variety of recreation. And, hiking, they don't want to have to go to, Mount Monadnock to do it. They would like to be able to, I got an hour, me and the kids can go and, get some exercise. But honestly, if we could do something like that, that would be ideal, just because I think it's going to pay off in the long run.
Thank you. Yes.
So we identify these parcels, we're working with developers to potentially develop that. The 40B applicants or ones that were proposed before, if another one jumps in front of them and gets approved, is there a case for a lawsuit, or do we lose our safe harbor because they got jumped in the ZBA process?
Through the chair, I would have to look into that. I can't imagine each of these developers has the right to go through the process. If they choose not to and to wait until the safe harbor's gone so that they can use the state laws versus the town bylaws, that is up to them. If I can get a developer to come in and work with us and go through the ZBA process and work with us, then there should be an issue.
but they'd still be looking for a lot of the same waivers that the others would that may have got denied previously. That's my concern, is that
Well, they would be looking for the same type of waivers that 40B would, but they're at a parcel that the town, and I assume the butters would be much more favorable towards not opposing. It's not that we have, we don't want development on Wallace, let's say. It's just that we don't want, as the neighbors have said, they're not opposed to some houses, but they don't want the big structures. If we identify parcels in the community that everyone agrees is a good place for a 40B, nothing stops a developer from filing that, going through the LIP process with the select board, having it be a friendly 40B, going through the ZBA process, and getting approved, and we're still making gains towards our 10%. And just because those developers who are doing unfriendly 40Bs decided to wait 3 years, that's a decision that they're making.
I would challenge you to find some property that no one's going to complain about, but.
Auburn Mall,
Yeah, I mean, right.
Also,
which would actually help the mall
Yes.
in so many ways. Extend its life if you had housing there. And it's great from all of the planning that we've already done. I mean, you have the regional mall district, you have all the services within easy walking distance. It's a great location. And, if they could do something to actually add a couple trees to, cover some of the heinousness of the building, we'd all be much better off. But no, I think the Auburn Mall would be a perfect site because you also tie it into, that's where the transportation hub is. Those other areas down there, you're going to have a hard time because of the shallowness of the lots, and, you don't want to create problems with parking. You don't want to create issues for the future, but I think the Auburn Mall would be an excellent site for a large-scale development that I don't think any resident would complain about, and I don't think the retailers in the mall would complain either.
Okay, thank you. So we have tabled items. We have the September 8th, 2025 minutes. Does anyone have any questions, concerns? So we can accept those minutes, September 8th, 2025, as read or presented. And then we have the minutes for September 22nd, 2025. Does anyone have any questions or concerns? Then we can accept those September 22nd, 2025 minutes.
We didn't get those.
We didn't get them?
Packets.
Oh, is it tabled? Yeah. I beg your pardon. All right, so this is tabled. All right, so we have our next meeting will be on October 14th. The next select board meeting is October 27th, and then we have the special town meeting on October 28th. Did I hear?
I will not be here on the 14th.
Okay, I won't either.
Okay, can I just poll the other two remaining members that will have a quorum?
Sing if you want.
Pretty sure I can be here.
I don't think that's what he was looking for.
No. I'm fine to have the meeting. I think we put a whole bunch of things on hold, and I'm fine to have the meeting. It's just that I want to make sure that we have a quorum so we don't
Yep.
waste any time.
I would ask the members that would not be present if there's anything they want us to.
Don't ask that. Then we can just make all the decisions.
Well, I don't know if we will.
Time to seize them.
There's only three. yeah.
Exactly.
You guys
We have
assume that
power
I'll agree?
again.
You assume I'll agree with you. I
Don't
mean,
worry,
2-to-1 votes
you
aren't
will.
necessarily gonna help.
Just remember, Sarah, when you take votes and two of us aren't here, we already have the fall guys. So just remember.
That's fine.
Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you.